Yo, what is going on? Yo, what's up? What's going on, everyone? Before we get started, I gotta mention something real quick because I just noticed something, and this is actually really freaking cool. We just hit, let me see, we are trending on GitHub for at least JavaScript and TypeScript. I don't know. I got mentioned randomly, and we appeared on trending for this repository, which is really cool. Yo, what's going on, Clement? What's going on, Aesthetical? What's going on, Vortex? What's going on, Discipline? What's going on, Cronies? What's going on, Daniel? What's going on, Leonard? Do you ever have any issue with style components where when you reload the page, all this is gone? No, I don't think I've ever had that issue before, honestly. Are you using NestJS or are you just referring to only React, vanilla React? Yo, what's going on, HDL91? How are you, my friend? Alright, but let's see. But yeah, we made it. We made it, guys. We made it. We're literally trending on GitHub. Is this just a fun project or is it actually going to be a fully made platform? I mean, right now it's just a fun project, but you know, if it really gets serious, then we'll see what happens. You never know what could happen. Uh, yeah, I'm using Next. Oh yeah, I had an issue before. Basically, I was using style components with Next.js, and when I remember I built my entire portfolio project with style components, and when I was working with it in dev mode, it was working fine, but when I built it for production, it just didn't work, and I didn't know what the issue was, even though I followed the docs and everything. So it was really weird. And so that was when I realized I was like, I'm just gonna have to migrate everything from style components to just regular CSS modules or something else. But I had that issue before, and I was never really able to resolve that. So I'm not sure what the exact issue is. But I remember reading about something about the. I remember reading something, but I just can't remember what exactly it was. But I've had the issue before, yes. I'm doing good, HDL, and I'm glad that you're doing well too. How do you have the energy to start 3:30 a.m.? I honestly don't even know. Rashad, we built from scratch. Yeah, we've built from scratch already. We've built everything from scratch. I'll open up the app and show you real quick. But anyways, if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button on this stream. I'd really appreciate that. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's see. So, whoops. Oh, actually, we're over here. I actually didn't even realize that I had my editor open all night. So, yeah, that should be fine. The last thing, so we have some stuff we got a lot of stuff we gotta do today. So, let's see. The React app might still be on after, like, what, 12 hours? Is it? Yeah, the React app is still up. Yeah, no, especially as Windows user, I put all my code in the documents folder. I don't know, it's just a place that makes sense for me, like I don't really see where else I would put it except for documents folder, so yeah. All right, so I'm gonna give you guys a quick recap of what we did yesterday, so that way you all are in the loop with what is going on. So let me just close this shit out, and let me just close this out, and this. All right, so let's give you guys a quick recap of what happened yesterday. Some of you may not have been there, and I'll give you that quick recap. All right, so let me just log in real quick. What is that extension? It's not an extension, it's just a setting. Just go into your VS Code settings and look for caret cursor, and then it just enables smooth caret cursor. All right, so this is what we did yesterday. So, you know what? Yeah, so yesterday we worked on implementing this toggle feature for the participants sidebar. And this might seem like a useless feature, but it's actually really useful because what the sidebar does is it actually is responsible for pinging the backend WebSocket every X amount of seconds to get the updated presence. And so when you turn it off, when you remove the sidebar, it actually stops the ping, which can actually reduce network traffic. So if you don't need the members list being rendered, then that will prevent you from needing to have a bunch of extra WebSocket messages being received and sent back and forth from the front to the back end. But if you click on here, you'll get the online and offline presence. Right now we have it set to 120 seconds, but obviously we can always change that to whatever number we want. So it's just up to how you want to do that. On my Mac preferred dev environment, I just kind of throw everything in a folder. Yeah, I usually just keep everything in my documents folder. Because that's really just all I keep. Because this computer, I usually just keep this computer only for programming related files. I don't really keep anything on my computer. And I'm actually in the process of migrating my app. Oh, what am I talking about? Migrating my app. Migrating like all of my files into like my new SSD. Because I still haven't even installed my Windows operating system on my new SSD yet. Like I have it installed in the motherboard, but I have not installed my new the operating system on my new SSD yet. So anyways, I already see how the app looks. Honestly, I see it's becoming something more. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, so what we did yesterday was we made it so that you can also add users to an existing group. So for example, right now, this is a group between two people. And so I can do this. And I can do, let's do zebra.com. And then you can see now whenever I add the user, it appears over here. And I can also right click and kick the user as well. And I can also kick this user as well if I really want to. And so I can literally kick whoever I want. Now there's a bug that's happening where I noticed that when I kick a user, that message appears over there, which I don't know why that happens. I'm not really sure why that happens because it shouldn't be happening. So that's something that we'll have to look into today. But yeah, that shouldn't really be happening though. But I can go ahead and add whoever I want to this user, to this group, I should say. Did you ever think of streaming this on TikTok as well? Not really. I never really thought of streaming on TikTok. I actually don't even have a TikTok account. But yeah, so we can remove users. We also have this nice context menu as well. So we have not implemented transfer owner or profile yet. So we'll need to implement transfer owner later on today. And if we have time, we'll get into the profile context menu as well. So that's pretty much most of the stuff that we implemented yesterday. We also did some stuff where if you logged in as the user that was being removed. So let me just show you this real quick so you see from the other logged in user perspective. So if I log in as this user over here, now if I refresh, you'll see that the status is going to automatically update, but typically it will take about like we have it set to 120 seconds, so it's fine. But watch this. So I'm on this page right now, and if I say hello or it's gonna go and send it over here. And now, if I want to kick this user, you'll see. Let's move this over here. All right, so if I want to kick this user, you'll see that on the user's perspective that's being kicked, it automatically redirects them to the slash groups page. Okay, but they're still able to access that group though, because right now the problem here is that if you try to access any group that you don't belong in, you'll be able to see it. And one thing that's weird is that, yeah. So this is how it should work. So yeah, I should not be able to access this group over here because I'm not logged in. Though it is a little bit strange on how it doesn't show this user. I think it might probably be because I am not a participant in this group. That might probably be the reason why. I'm not too entirely sure. But we'll fix this issue. We'll fix this issue to actually make it so that if we're not in the group, we cannot access it. DataX, how's it going, my friend? Are you using a mono repo to organize your code? At the moment, we're currently not. Or I should say, I'm currently not. But eventually, if the project scales more and more and more, we definitely will. But welcome everyone to the stream. Hope you all are having a nice day. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. It will help the stream a lot and help us hit the algorithm. Right now, we're just going through a recap of what we did yesterday. Today, what we're going to be doing is, let me open up my Asana board. I really need to do a better job with organizing my Asana board, but you know, I'm not, personally for me, I'm not a Scrum Master, or I've never really done project management before. So you know, I've never really done project management before, or I'm not a Scrum Master, so I've never really done things like this before. So we'll have to like find ways to organize this thing a lot better. Diddy Patel, how's it going, my friend? How are you doing? All right. I wish there was like a, you know, I honestly might switch to like Trello, or I might just buy Asana, like, because the thing that I don't like is like when you automatically check this, it doesn't go to completed, but it's not the end of the world. But Asana is actually really nice because they have lots of nice features when you have like the premium plans. But we'll worry about that later though. Let me see. Okay, so what we want to do today. Let's see. Oh yeah, you see, like for example, if you want to set up a timeline. Yeah, you know, let me see. Let me see if I can do something real quick. Let's see. What plans does Asana even have? They have premium, business, and enterprise. What is business? What do you even get for business? Forms, branching, customization, approvals, proofing, reporting, custom fields, workflow builder rules, Google SSO. I don't know what I would probably be getting additionally if I paid for this plan, but probably just go for the premium one. I use Asana and it's fucking amazing. It's like Trello on steroids. Yeah, like I've used the premium version because they gave me a free trial, and I was like, it's actually really not that bad, honestly. Let me see if I could get the. Let me see if I could. Asana is actually gonna let me start a free trial again. Okay, this is like I'm not even kidding. Like this is actually like, because I've used this same account before, and I've had a free trial. Maybe that was Enterprise. I'm not sure, but they just gave me a free trial again, which I guess that's nice of them. So let me also do this. I also prefer using the web browser version of the app because I don't like having multiple tabs on my desktop because it's just hard. Like, look at how many programs I've opened right now, and whenever I have to alt tab, it just becomes really hard. So I just personally prefer to use like the web version. So let me just move this over here real quick, and we'll organize our Asana a lot more because I do want to try my best to stay organized. All right, so let me just take this. And let's just close this out. So now we can have our project open up here. Let me see if I can pin this tab. There we go. I just pinned that tab over there. So let's just pin that. And let's just pin this. Wong, how's it going, my friend? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hey, I mean, free trials for the win. Yeah, exactly. All right, so you see, you guys offered a lot of great suggestions, and I want to do all of them. We'll have to take it step by step, though. I don't really have like a proper envision on when we want to get certain things done. What I do want to say is I really want to today, let's see. Today's Tuesday, right? So what I want to get done today is this. I want to get, let's see, let's get this done today. Due date, let's put that to September 6th. Let's put this to September 6th. And what else do I want to do today? Add an option to leave the group. Yeah, I think we might get to this today, but the other thing that I wanted to do was make transfer group owner a thing today. So let me see, where's that written? It should be written somewhere over here. Hi, I don't like the right-clicking menu on users and on messages. It's a hidden function for others who haven't been following your stream. What do you mean by hidden function? Let me see. Where is the transfer group owner? Do I have this added over here? I don't think I have this added. So let's do transfer group owner. So I think we should probably be able to get this stuff done within the next couple hours. So maybe these three, we should probably be able to get these three done. So let me do this. There we go. All right, so yeah, let's just go ahead and just do this real quick. Aren't you just recreating Discord? I mean, I'm not intentionally trying to recreate Discord. I'm just building a project for fun and just learning at the same time. That's really it. Like, I'm not really doing this for any clout or any monetary gain. I'm just doing it for fun. And if people want to use it, then they can use it. If they don't want to use it, then that's also fine too. It's not really that big of a deal for me. It's just for learning purposes. Let's see. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do this. So, let me go ahead and see if I can log into another account real quick and then create a conversation with another user. And I'll show you guys what the problem is right now. So, even on conversations too, like, let me see if I can create another recipient. Oh yeah, we'll also have to remove this message optional feature as well, because. All right. So right now, if I try to go to group number 42, you'll see that I'm able to access this group. Wait, this is conversations. Whoops. Conversations. All right. You can see that I'm able to access this conversation, and I can actually see what's going on, which is not good, right? So we need to actually make it so that if they try to access a conversation that is not part of, well, first of all, there's two things, right? If the conversation doesn't exist, then we should probably redirect them back to the main page over here. If the conversation does exist and they don't have permissions to view it, then we should probably also redirect them back to here as well. And I think those are the really two main cases. So let's go ahead and do that. So that requires us to set up a backend API for that. So what we'll do is this. We can actually use a NestJS middleware. So we don't need to create an endpoint. All we really need to do is every single time before we fetch the conversation by ID, right? What we need to do is we need to make it so that before we fetch the actual resource, we need to check to see if they actually are allowed to see the conversation. Now, we can do this with a middleware, but I'm not really sure if middleware would probably be a good idea. It seems like it would be a good idea, but we also do need to worry about, because I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but let me see this real quick. They don't know that the right-click menu on the users and messages are available. I mean, that's just kind of like a obvious thing. Like, for example, if I'm on Discord and I'm a user on Discord, how am I supposed to know that if I right-click a user? Well, I mean, I guess I see what you mean. Like, we can probably add like a highlight where, so when you right-click, is that what you mean? Like, when you hover over it, add like a highlight feature? I think that's what you mean, right? But yeah, usually like it's kind of obvious in most applications that when you right-click something should happen, because like even when you right-click a browser, something happens, and that's the context menu. But I see what you mean though. I don't know if that's what you mean, but if what you meant was to add like a hover status indicator, so that way we can see that it's hoverable, and you can see the cursor. Yeah, that's an easy fix. I can definitely add that. Yo, what's going on? How are you? What's going on, Akshat? I think receiver's message should align to the left and sender's message to the right. That doesn't really make sense on desktop, because if you have an application, especially on desktop or web, it would only make sense if you had it on chat or like a mobile app, or if you had the viewport really small. But on a wide desktop app, it just doesn't really make sense to have the messages on opposite sides. I mean, I get it, it looks nice, but I mean, on desktop it doesn't really look nice, because like, what if you, like, it's like, for example, you have one message over here, and then you have the other message all the way over here. If you're on desktop, it just looks weird. If you're on mobile though, it looks good on mobile though. I do agree with it being good on mobile, but on desktop it doesn't really look that great. But we can very easily add a media query later if we really want to. But we'll worry about that later. That's not really important right now. But anyways, so what we want to do is we want this middleware function, right? And we need to make it so that we know if the conversation actually belongs to the user. So what we can actually do is we can actually just implement a middleware, and we could probably just inject the conversation service inside that middleware to check to see if the user can actually get access to that middleware. Now, I've never really done dependency injection inside a middleware class before, because I just never really felt the need to do that. But we might be able to just do that, doing it this way. I don't think if there's any other way we could probably do this that would make sense, if you guys get what I mean. Like, for example, what I'm saying is, like, I don't know if doing it in a middleware would be the best option, but I think it would though, because I don't think we do it inside an interceptor, because really interceptors are responsible for both before and after, are you using Frontend? How are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Are you using Figma to create the actual components? Yeah, so we use Figma to design everything, and once that's done, we just go into the code and we just write everything from scratch. What's going on, Ibrahim? How are you, my friend? Do you know Backend as well? I do. How's it going, Tribui? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back, Lassie. But yeah, like, so I think the best thing to do would probably be using middleware. So that way, we don't have to... And there's actually a lot of things that we could probably migrate over to middleware too, but we won't worry about that right now. But let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to go over to conversations. Let me zoom in as well so you guys can see my code a lot better. And let me actually just change the font size a little bit to maybe 18. Are you guys able to see this? You guys should be able to see that. What happened to my voice? Probably just waking up. So my voice might sound a little bit dead, but it should be better in a couple minutes or so. Let's see. So, all right. Actually, you know what I just realized? We might actually be able to use an interceptor to do something, because I just realized that we are emitting this event, and I'm wondering, well, maybe we could probably do that inside an interceptor, so that way we don't have to do it like in the same controller. But I'm not sure though how this would get all of the parameters, though. I'll have to look into that later on and see what we could do. Probably wouldn't be that difficult though. Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Nocturnal? How are you? Yeah, hover over the three dots at the end of each message of the user. Yeah, no, I get what you mean now. I was a bit confused what you meant, but now, yeah, I totally get what you mean. Yeah, it's still a work in progress, because we do have the context menu, but we do need to make it so that when you hover over it, it will actually highlight it. But yeah, that's a really quick, easy fix. All right, take it easy, Ibrahim. I'll talk to you later. All right, so let's just set up the middleware real quick. So I'll go over here. I'll do create a folder called middlewares, and let's just do conversation these. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do export class conversation middleware implements. So when you want to set up middleware in NestJS, the way that you do this is you implement the Nest middleware interface. Okay, and then you have to go ahead And there was this method that you had to implement. It's called the, let's see, use method. So it's really similar if you are working with an Express app. It's like when you have an Express app, you have, const app equals express, and then you have something like app.use, and then the middleware function goes inside here, right? It's really similar to how it's being done in Nest, except they just wrap everything in a class. So inside the use function, you get the same parameters. You get the request, response, and you get the next function. Okay, and it works exactly the same way how a Express middleware would work. So we can type annotate this, and I should really type annotate this as authenticated request. That. Hey, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Much better UX. I agree 100%. But thanks for reminding me about that. Arijani, hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. And we'll type annotate this as the next function. Okay, so one of the things that a lot of people get confused about with TypeScript is what to type annotate things with. And I totally understand the confusion behind that, honestly. Because even if I did not type annotate this function, TypeScript, even if I hover over this, right, it wouldn't even tell you exactly what the proper types are. Like, at least in Java, like you see how right over here it tells you rec any, res any, next any. At least in Java, it will actually give you strict types. Even though like TypeScript does have type safety and it is strict on types, there are sometimes where it's not fully strict, which is, not really that good. Anyways, so when we register our middleware, it's going to call this use function. Okay, and let me go ahead and just do a response.send status for let's do 7500. Okay, and now to register this middleware, what we'll do is this. We're going to go into our conversations module, and we'll go inside here, and we'll go ahead and do this. Actually, though, we had to, if I remember correctly, we had to, let me see. We had to extend, or not extend, we had to implement this in this module in order to register middleware. Currently 6:40 a.m. for me. Oh, so you're in the East Coast, nice. Only thing I don't like about some modules is the long types which make my code go into other like and confuse me. Yeah, I gotta agree with that. Yo, what's going on, Mod? How are you? Sadly can't stay today, but I gave my like and came to see you. Thank you, Mod. I appreciate the support, man. And no worries, we'll just have to catch you next time. What's going on, Back on Run? How are you, my friend? Yo, welcome everyone to the stream. If you haven't already, make sure you guys hit that like button. It would really help out with the video a lot. We're trying to go for a good stream today. I'll be streaming for about a couple hours today, maybe like, probably, let's see, what's 4 a.m. right now. I'll probably be streaming until like 7 today. So I'll be here for some time. We got a lot of work to do. And unfortunately, I just can't stream longer than 4 hours because I just have to work today and this whole week. But don't worry about that though. Let's see, configure, consumer middleware, consumer. Okay, so to actually register the middleware, we need to actually implement this Nest module. So you have to do implements, Nest module. And then now you have to override this or implement this configure method. And from here, this is where you can actually start to register all of your middleware, right? And how do you register your middleware? You register your middleware by referencing this consumer. You see this consumer object right over here, right? You see this consumer object, right? This is of type middleware consumer, okay? And what you do from here is you reference consumer, and you call apply, and then you pass in the middleware. Yo, what's going on, Shashank? How are you? And then you pass in the middleware that you want to apply. So our middleware is this conversation middleware. So I'm going to pass that in here, and that's going to be imported up top there. Okay, let me just fix up this. Honestly, I might just switch to Mac after this stream. Or not after this stream, but after I finish this project, because this end of line sequence is really annoying, but it's okay. So you call .apply, and then after, you want to go ahead and call this for routes method, and you want to basically set the routes that you want this middleware to work on. Now here's the thing, right? you're going to have multiple different pieces of middleware. One of the middleware that we already have, well, it's not really middleware, but it's really mostly a guard. We have this authenticated guard, so if you're not authorized, you cannot access this controller routes. Okay, but we might have other middleware too. But for now, I think the only middleware that we'll need is this, is the one for get conversation ID. So I can go ahead and specify the route. So it'll be for the conversations ID route. Wait, you got a Mac already? Yeah, I have a Mac already that I got I got it back in January. I don't really use it that much, to be honest with you. Um, I don't really use it that much, honestly. But it's just sitting there right now and just kind of like collecting dust. So it's kind of unfortunate, but it's okay. I'll probably start using it at some point. Okay. So I think what I'll do is this. So there's many ways that you can configure middleware, but we can also just specify the direct path. We can also just pass in the controller if we want the entire route to be taken care of. But I think what I'll just do, because I only really need one route for this middleware. So I'll just go ahead and set it to wait. I think I might need to do conversations ID. I'm not sure if I need to do conversation ID or if I need to do API conversations ID. We'll have to see. But I'm going to apply this middleware right now. And let's go ahead and see what happens. I'm seriously using it right now to develop this project. Macs are amazing. Yeah, no, they really are. They really are. The reason why I bought a Mac was because I really wanted to have because I didn't have a laptop. I only had a laptop that was for my workplace, but I didn't have like an actual laptop or like a personal laptop, and I really wanted it because I really wanted to travel and have like something with me so that I could use. Vine B, welcome back to the stream. How are you? All right, let's see. So let's go over here. Oh, let me do this. All right, so let me try to get a conversation by my. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I just have so many tabs open right now. So I'm just trying to like fix it up a little bit. All right, there we go. I'm doing good. Thank you. All right, so let's go over here, right? So right now, this is number 42. I should not be able to access this conversation. Okay, so if I do get, you see how right now it gives me a 500? And the reason why is because we have that middleware being set up, right? We have this middleware being set up. If I go ahead over here, I should really do some proper logging as well. But you can see that I'm inside conversation middleware, and you can see that it's giving us that 500. And you can see that right over here in the console logs, it's saying inside conversation middleware. So you see how that middleware works? So every single time I make a request to this route over here, okay, it's going to go ahead and go through that middleware. And now if I access the other routes, we should not have any issues, right? I can go ahead and click, I can fetch /API/conversations. If I want to create a conversation with someone, I don't really know what users are available right now. I can create a conversation right there. Okay, so you can see that it works right over here. And so all the other routes work just fine. Now we could also write some additional middleware for all three of these other endpoints as well. So we'll do that later though. So I should really call this, instead of conversation middleware, I really should call this something else, but I don't really want to. I wish there was like a way that you can make like a single middleware class and then have like different functions that are applied, but because we will need to create multiple middleware functions later. Oh, but also, actually, you know what I just realized is that we actually don't even need to do it based on classes. We can actually just use a function, which actually will make things a lot more neater. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. You want the middleware for all of the conversations? Well, we will have middleware for each one. I think we'll only have it for the post request and the get request. All right, take it easy, try boy. See you later. But yeah, so for the middleware, we'll have one for this get request, and later on we'll add one for the post request over here. Because for this create conversation, right, we have a middleware function. We actually have a lot of code right over here. Like you see how right over here in this create conversation, what we're doing here is we're doing a lot of checks to see if the conversation exists. So what we can do is we can actually take this and move it into a middleware function instead of just doing it inside the service layer. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, Dev Vetical, take it easy, my friend, and I'll see you later. So what we'll do is let's just go ahead and do this. So I think what I'll do is instead of actually just using a middleware class, I'll actually just use a function instead. Hey Michael, how are you? Indian tech programmer, how are you, my friend? I wonder if you can use arrow functions. I wonder if you can use arrow functions for middleware or for these middleware. Okay, actually, I just realized something. We actually cannot use a functional middleware, and the reason why is because we actually need to inject the dependencies. So yeah, I kind of spoke too soon. Whoops. Yeah, so I just deleted that whole file by accident, but it's okay. We'll just fix that. CA Square, welcome to the stream. How are you guys? You want to check if the conversation exists with the middleware? I'm not sure. Yes. We'll do that later though. That's for the post request. Shat MX, welcome back to the stream. How are you, my friend? But yeah, I created the middleware class. I deleted it, and I need to recreate it again. I don't know why I did that, but just fix that real quick. But yeah, if you're brand new here, welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm seeing a lot of new faces here, and a lot of familiar faces here. So welcome everyone to the stream. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you. If you're brand new here to the stream, make sure you drop that like button if you haven't already done so. Conversation middleware. Middleware. How's your day been so far, ShatMX? Okay. The thing that I also want to mention is that I think with the middleware, it actually doesn't. I think with the middleware, it actually doesn't even consider if the user's logged in. I think. We'll have to see. Priya, welcome to the stream, Priya. How are you? What theme are you using? Use the exclamation mark theme command, and then it'll give you the theme in the chat. Just do exclamation mark theme, and you'll see it. we'll have to check console.log rec.user. And let's see. Alright, so let's try this out. Whew. The middleware can have this rec.user. Yep. But I just want to see. I'm pretty sure the middleware happens before the request. So if the user was not logged in, we wouldn't know. So we'll have to check to see if the user's logged in first. So watch if I click send. So right now you'll see that it gives me undefined. Right? So yeah, we'll check if the user's logged in first. I mean, we could also just add a middleware as well. But I feel like that would be really redundant. To be honest. Because we already have a guard protecting our application already. But, you know you can change the Angular icons to Nest ones? Really? I didn't know that. Let me see. I didn't even know, I actually didn't even know NestJS had, I actually didn't even know NestJS had their own icons. How do you go to the JSON settings? How do you go to the JSON settings? Top right. Material icon theme. So I guess you just add it over here. Does font style play a big part of your coding performance? Not really. What database am I using? I'm using MySQL. I'm using MySQL. What is the suggestion that what is that suggestion extension called that keeps showing typing? That's just IntelliSense. How many days per week do you code? It seems like you code literally every day. I mean, it is part of my job, so yeah, I do code every day. Hey, Ling Ding, welcome to the stream. How are you? What database are you using? MySQL. How's it going, Supreme? Material icon theme. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Let me see. Am I even using material theme icon? Let me double check. Yeah, I don't. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm not even using material icon theme. Or yeah, you know, there's two. There's material icon theme and there's material theme icons. Let me install this real quick, actually. Okay. And even now I can configure this. Oh, there we go. Wait. There we go. Does that work? Oh, wait. Oh, that's weird. Why do they make it like that? It's really weird. Alright, so that's Nest. Oh, wow. I didn't even know that. I actually didn't even know that. Does it? I don't even. Personally, for me though, I kind of don't really like it, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it like this just for you, PESX. Just for you, I'll leave it like that. Anyways, so let's see. So okay, but yeah, these icons don't look bad though. Like I do like the Nest logo. It's pretty cool. You can actually make it so that certain workspaces can have certain icons, but we don't have like a we don't have like a workspace up right now. Can you show us the app? Sure. This is the app currently. So we have a simple chat application. We have group chat as well, and the group chat works really well. You can send messages to whoever you want, which is really nice. And we also have this context menu that we'll have to work on. Hey Salahar, how are you? Hope you got enough sleep. I actually think I did. I slept at like 7, and then I woke up like at 3. So that was like 7 hours of sleep, I think, or no, that's 8 hours of sleep. I can't do math today. Yeah, it's 8 hours of sleep. So yeah, I did get a good amount of sleep. Okay, so what we want to do here is this. Now, I might actually add an additional middleware here, so that way we know that the user's logged in. But it does seem kind of annoying that we do have to do that though. But it's okay. But yeah, the project is open source. The code is actually in the description. We're actually, for those who are new here, we're actually trending on Twitter. We're not trending on Twitter. What are we talking about? We're actually trending on the GitHub, and we're actually trending on GitHub actually. And the reason why I'm saying that is because on Twitter I got mentioned, and look at this. GitHub trending for JavaScript TypeScript mentioned our project, and look what it says. Our project is literally on GitHub right now. Trending. We made it, guys. We made it to the GitHub trending, which is awesome. GitHub trending for JavaScript and TS. That's freaking amazing. That's freaking amazing. How do you set the project? There's installation instructions over here on the README. The front end is really easy to just set up. You just clone it and then just run yarn start or npm start. But yeah, this is the project over here. Yeah, welcome everyone to the stream, guys. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you haven't already, make sure you drop that like button, and also make sure you check out the project as well. It's open source. The link is right over here. And yeah, make sure you star the project as well, or fork it, do whatever you want, but make sure you hit that star as well. All right, anyways, so let's see. I think I might add another middleware as well. And I'll probably pass in. Let me do this. You're also coming up on YouTube recommendations. Oh wow, that's great. Are you from YouTube recommendation, Ahmed? If so, welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Anand, welcome to the stream. How are you? Do you need both Nest and React? Well, I mean, it's a full stack project, so yes, you do need both Nest and you do need React as well. Yep, I've noticed you for the past 3 days. Oh, wow, nice. Well, welcome to the stream, my friend, and I hope you're doing really well. Yeah, man, we're just going hard on this project right now. Right now, I'm just trying to set up some middleware to protect our routes. So let me just do that. How do you connect your front end to your back end? Well, you can connect your front end to your back end in many different ways. Typically, you would use an API, and you would use the HTTP protocol to make requests between the front and the back end. You can also use WebSocket protocol as well. You can also use WebRTC. You can use RPC. There's many different ways, but the common way is HTTP. It also depends on the type of application that you're building. For example, if you're building a real-time application, you might use you'll most likely use WebSockets for that. Do you think about desktop environment? At the moment, not yet, but if I were to do that, I would probably use Electron. I know Tori is a good framework, but I haven't really learned that yet. But I would probably just use Tori. Do I use database here? Yes, we're using MySQL. Do you use WebRTC in this project? We are not using WebRTC yet, but to answer the other question as well, any plans to add voice? Yes. We are actually going to be using Peer.js. I've never used this library before, so this will be my first time setting it up, which I'm really excited because it looks like it's something new that I've never done before. And we'll be using Peer.js to set up voice chat and video chat. But we won't do that yet until we actually get the chat feature working really well. But once we get that, we'll definitely look into Peer.js. So this is what we'll be using. It actually uses WebRTC underneath the hood. So in a nutshell, yes, we will be using WebRTC. You can apply the middleware same as that consumer apply cores logger for routes. Yeah, of course. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean now. Alright, yeah, let me do this real quick. Slot Toby, thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Let me see. Check. I'm gonna call this function this. Hopefully voice video won't be peer-to-peer. Is peer-to-peer only like with one person, or you can do multiple people? Voice call optimization was quite a challenge for me. Why is peer-to-peer call not good? Well, is peer-to-peer call not good? I'm a senior full stack dev and I work lots of desktop apps, and in my opinion you should try to use Tari. Simple, not heavy, and epic. And yeah, I actually saw like a video from Fireship.io about it, and it looks really nice. Honestly, it looks really nice. So I'll definitely look into that. Let's see. I could probably just throw an error here. Actually, I don't think I can throw an error. Yeah, I can't do it with, I'll just do this. I'll do actually, yeah, I'll actually do unauthorized, actually. Alright, there we go. I'd recommend not going for P2P for calls. So, what would you recommend then? What port should I use? You can use whatever port you want. This project, we're currently running on port 3001. Alright, so... But, what's wrong with peer-to-peer for voice calls, though? Or what would you recommend would be a better solution than peer-to-peer? Hey, what's going on, Mark Dev? How are you? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. How are you doing today? Okay. Hey, what's going on, Captain Alpha? Yo, what's going on, Devil Services? Welcome everyone to the stream. Can I use XAMPP for the MySQL part? You mean it's the same MySQL server? Yes. So if you're talking about if you can use the same MySQL server that you installed from XAMPP, yes, you can. The MySQL credentials, those are just your own database credentials. I'm not familiar with Nest. Does the channel have any basic tutorials? We do actually, we do. I'll send you a playlist right now. that you can go ahead and take a look at, and I'll let you know. And I'll let you know if let me know if it works out for you. Let me send you this. Sings Gaming. Hats off to your patience and skills. Thank you. Signed off working on my project to relax before bed and it said end up watching you code. Yo, what's going on, Janky Toast? Welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone to the stream. Are messages stored in a database? Yes. Check out MySQL. Yes. Check out the Thunder client. You want to Postman? The reason why I'm using Postman right now is because Thunder client doesn't have WebSocket, right? If it does, I will use it. But honestly, though, I probably don't need the WebSocket client right now because we already have WebSocket working already. Are you using Ocean Dark Content Theme? No. What's Error Lens extension? I'll install it. Alright. Then how do you update a page without refreshing? Wait, they are stored in the database though. I'm not really sure what you mean. Alright, so there you go. It calls the middleware. Okay, perfect. So if the user is not authenticated, then we'll just throw an error. So in here, we'll know that the user is authenticated, so we're good. So we don't have to worry about that. So now inside here, oh, what is this? Oh, anyways, when you run the application, it uses type ORM, and it'll automatically generate the tables for you. I actually don't really like this. This is kind of weird. Let me see. So let me inject a service, and I think the service I will need is probably conversation service. And we should have a function that that checks to see if the user belongs in the conversation. Let's do this. Let me see. I'll probably create a function validate. What should I call this function? Is conversation readable? I guess we could call it is conversation readable. And we'll return a boolean. Yeah, I don't know why my thing has a bunch of this CLR issues. Let me see. So inside this class, we'll go ahead and do two things. So we'll kind of kill two birds with one stone. And what we'll do is we'll create that is conversation readable function. And we'll need two parameters. We'll need the author. Well, actually, yeah, so we'll need the conversation ID. And we'll need the user's ID. So let's do conversation ID. And we'll do user ID. To error lens, you can add delay. Okay. Conversation ID, user ID. Okay. So we'll need two parameters. So let's do. Okay. So we'll pass in the user ID as well. And the user ID is going to be the authenticated user. Okay. So what we'll do. Now I wonder if I can actually get the I can actually get the route parameters from here. From inside here, so that should be fine. Okay. So watch this. Okay. Is conversation readable? What we need to do is basically what we're doing already inside this create conversation function. So you can see right over here, we're checking to see if the recipient exists. We're also doing over here, we're searching existing conversation where conversation will process find one. So what I'll do is I'll do this. I'll remove this part later, but what I'll do is we need to basically search the database for a conversation where they're either a recipient or a creator. So we can actually just take this part and copy this, and what we can do is this. So basically what this part does is we're going to go ahead and query the conversation table database, and we're going to call find one, and we want to basically search the conversation to see if this actually, yeah, you know what, let me do this real quick. I'm going to actually turn off this extension, or let me do this. Yeah, I'm going to disable this for now because this is bloating up my entire screen. Let me just do that real quick. I'll probably worry about that later though. Alright, there we go. Alright, so let me see. Is our app still running? Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna query the database table, and we want to basically search to see if there's a conversation where, and we actually don't even need to do it like this because we already know what the conversation ID is. So we can actually just query directly based on the ID. So we could just do conversation repository.find1 and just pass in the ID. So conversation ID like that. Okay. And I'll just rename this to conversation. And let me actually just name this ID instead. There we go. And let me just go here. Change this to ID. Alright. So now what will happen is this. We don't really need the other relations. We could also just call find conversation by ID, but we don't really need the relation, so that's fine. So actually, I think we do need the relation. So yeah, you know what? I'll just call it this dot find conversation by ID, and we'll call pass an ID like that. Okay. So what will happen here is this will return a conversation, and it really should just be conversation or. Let me do this. It really should be promise conversation or undefined, because this could possibly return undefined. Okay, and let's just do this undefined. Though I don't really need the type annotation because we are using in the interface, it will just be type annotated there. But you could add it there additionally if you want to. But because we're using interfaces to type annotate our dependencies, we don't really need to worry about that. So what we want to do now is this. We basically want to do a null check. Why is it? Wait, hold on. Maybe the TS server is taking forever to update, because this should say promise or this should really say promise conversation or undefined. But anyways, we'll do if there is no conversation, we just throw a new exception, and I'll create a custom exception right now. So let's do exceptions. Let's just do conversation not found dot ts class conversation not found exception, and we can just literally extends the HTTP exception class, right? And just copy this, and what we'll do is we'll go ahead and implement the constructor. We'll call super, and we'll pass in the message. So I can just say conversation was not found, and we'll send back a bad request. Usama, what's going on, my friend? How are you? So instead of just manually throwing a new HTTP exception and passing in the custom message, you can create custom exceptions so that you can reuse them over and over again. So throw new conversation not found exception, and there we go. And we could do the same thing up top over here. Okay, so if the conversation was not found, we'll throw an exception. If the conversation is found, what we'll need to do is we'll check to see if conversation ID, or not conversation ID, we'll check to see if conversation creator or recipient is equal to user ID. So what we'll do is we'll just do return conversation dot creator dot ID is equal to user ID, or let me see, conversation dot recipient dot user dot ID is equal to how do you get that cursor on VS? Go into your settings and go into your settings and search up caret cursor, and just make sure you enable smooth caret cursor, or just search for smooth in your VS Code settings. I honestly don't think I'm gonna add the type annotation because it's just making it cluttered. Because we already know that this is going to return a promise boolean because we are using interfaces already. So I'm just gonna remove that stuff. Okay, so what this should do is if conversation.creator.id is equal to user ID, if this is true, then it will return. Otherwise, it will return this. Okay, so if this is also false, then it will just return false. Okay, so let's go ahead and go inside the middleware function, and we're gonna go ahead and call that function that we just created. So let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, the is readable, or not is readable, the double arrow, not double arrow, the double question mark. What am I even saying? Can't even read today. The double question mark operator, okay, it basically says that if you have this condition over here, if this part is true, then it'll return that. Otherwise, it'll return what's on the right-hand side. Okay, it's called a nullish coalescing operator. This is what it is. Nullish coalescing operator. And it basically just returns what's on the right-hand side if the left-hand side is undefined. So for example, if you look over here, const foo equals null, question mark, default string. Because null is a falsy value, the output is going to be default string. Because 0, there you go. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Is it like ampersand? Well, I mean, ampersand is different because that's basically used to join. It's basically used to join conditions together, and it basically requires both of those conditions to be true in order for the entire condition to be true. So they're actually different. Okay, yeah. So let's test out our middleware. So we'll do is readable this dot conversation service is conversation readable. So we'll need the ID of the conversation. So I wonder if there's a way that we can actually get the route parameter using the decorator. I don't think it's possible though. We might need to just get the middleware. We might need to just get the request body or the request parameter directly from rec. So we'll do this. Yeah, no worries, Captain Alpha. And what's going on, Dandy? How are you? I'm trying to look on Google to see NestJS decorator. I'm trying to see if it's possible. Hey Rido, how are you? How's it going, my friend? I think maybe I might be able to. I'm not sure. Like, I wonder if I'm able to do like param. Yeah, you can't do that because of this use method. So you can't do that. You definitely can't do that inside here, which is okay. I will do const. Okay. So we'll get the user ID. We'll get const. Let's see. I'm not able to get parameters. What? Wait, why don't I have rec.params? Okay, so I have it for the like that doesn't make any sense. Because authenticated request extends request, so that makes no sense at all. Why would I not be able to reference? That makes no sense. How's it going, Modern HD? The interview for that job I told you about yesterday will after 5 days. I'll be like the rag band of backend engineer working there to help him with the task. Nice. That sounds really exciting for you. Sounds really exciting for you. Good. Well, I wish you the best of luck with your interview, my friend. Yeah, like why am I not able to reference params? That makes no sense. Like if I go into auth controller, or really like that doesn't make any sense at all. Like what? Check if requests import. I mean, yeah, like we have authenticated request. Authenticated request extends request, and it has this user property. So if I do const request request dot, like why would I not be able to reference params? Is what I don't understand. Because we're extending the interface though. What suggest to us like beginner? Multi X layer. Suggest what exactly? Yo, what's going on, Michael? Yo, what's going on? How are you? How's it going, Michael? How have you been? How have you been, my friend? Okay, yeah, I think we might need to actually extend the params property, I think, on the request object. Or on the request interface. So let me go over here. Or am I even extending the right one? Let me double check. Oh, wait, I might be extending the wrong... Oh, wait, I think I might be extending the wrong... I get it now. I was extending the wrong request interface the entire time. There we go. Alright, there we go. I was extending the wrong one the entire time. When will you add Facecam? Like, do you mean like Facecam for the chat app or like Facecam for myself for the stream? Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Like I was so confused for a second, but there you go. Yeah, because I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. But now we got it. Okay, rec.params. There we go. Okay, so we should be able to get the route parameters. So let's go ahead and go over here. So let's do send, and then the route param. Unfortunately, we cannot use NestJS's decorators for these functions. But if you look over here, the route parameter ID 42, there we go. Okay, so what I'll do is this. I will go ahead. We do also need to add validation in this middleware as well, because this middleware happens before the actual request. So what I'll do is this. Let's do this. Const ID conversation ID equals rec.params. Okay, And I guess what I'll do is this. What do I want to do? How do I want to do this? Rec.params ID parse int. So I'll do this. I'll parse this integer and we'll do if is nan conversation ID. Am I still at American Express? No, I actually left that. I left American Express a while ago. But that's good to hear that you're doing well, my friend. I'm assuming that you're working now, right? Because last time we talked, you were doing like an internship, but I'm assuming that you have. I'm assuming that you got a. Because I think I saw like on LinkedIn that you got a job too. I think, right? You could create profile badges. Yeah, we'll probably do that at some point. Are you using Vim? I am not using Vim. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna basically parse the ID, and if this returns, if this is nan, we'll just return. We'll just throw an error. We'll just throw an error. We'll do HTTP status. Yeah, my TypeScript. Honestly, I think today I'm gonna get like a free trial of WebStorm because I really am getting sick of my VS Code server or my TypeScript server getting messed up. So what we'll do is invalid conversation ID if they pass in an invalid conversation ID. So watch this. If I go ahead, if I pass in this. Well, the thing with is and is that it'll just basically parse the first two numbers and then it'll trim all the other characters. But if I do this, it's gonna throw. Why is it doing that? It's weird. What's going on over here? Let's see. So it is returning is nan. So why would it give back a 401 though? Is what I'm confused about. Yeah, I guess I'll just return. Where's that? Send status. I'll do status 400 send. I really don't like how it's giving a 401. That doesn't really make much sense. I mean, we are authorized though. Let me try this again. We are technically authorized, are we? I'm pretty sure we are. It's because I can get any other conversation. Yeah, I can get this conversation. So we are authorized. So I'm not sure why that would return a 401. If rec.user next. I love to watch people that do this work. I'm glad that you do. Where are you working now? I'll tell you on Discord. I'll tell you on Discord. What was your Discord again? I think I should still have you, right? Do I still have you on Discord? Oh, there you go. I'll tell you on Discord. There you go. And yeah, 8 months as a technical consultant for a company out in Chicago. Oh, so are you still like based in New York now? Or did you like relocate? But that's nice though, like I'm happy for you. Gotcha. Yeah, man, nice. Everything worked out in the end, so that's the only thing that matters. Everything worked out for all of us. Like I remember like a lot of my friends that were like in the same class as you, like back in 201, they all graduated and got jobs in the end too. So it works out in the end for everyone, which is really great. Okay, this is really weird because if rec.user next, I think it might call this function and then it throws this error, which is really strange. So I guess I'll just add this else case, and then maybe that should fix that. Okay, there we go. Because if I don't have this else case, okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess that makes sense now. So I guess I'll just add the else case. Yep. Okay, that should fix that. Okay, so now it should call it it should call it properly. So if it's not a number, then we'll throw this exception. And let me also create a custom exception as well. How many features do you want to add in this project? Well, I'll show you the Asana board real quick. Let me open up in browser. So right now, today, we're working on protecting the endpoint from allowing people who are not authorized to actually see the conversation. So if you're logged in, but you don't belong in the conversation, you should not be able to see it. But these are all the features that we have right now. Later on today, I'll probably do it like another stream later tonight, and I'll like do like a more like a workflow stream where we'll actually have like, you know, roadmaps and stuff, because right now everything's really unorganized. So we'll take advantage of our free trial with Asana. But yeah, everything's like not really super organized, but we do have all of our tasks written down over here. So you can see that we have a lot of great suggestions from everyone. People were suggesting to add pings, account setting page, attachments, profile pictures, which there's a lot of stuff that we have not done yet. So we did do like a decent amount of things, but we have not done a lot of stuff that would make our chat even way more better. So we still have a lot of things that we have to do that we have not done yet. So we'll have to make sure we handle those cases first before we say we are done, or before we move on to the next project. You know, it's funny because 2 weeks ago I said I really wanted to work on an e-commerce project, and we were literally at like I was like really close to just ending the project right there because we couldn't get the message status, the message typing status working. But we were able to get that working, and then from there we just like, you know, just worked extremely hard on all the other features, and then this is where we are right now. So we'll add like a lot of more features until like until like there's no more to be added. Let's see, conversation. Well, I shouldn't really create a custom. Let me do this. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it like this for now. So if it's not a number, we'll throw a new exception. Do I know Justin Sung? Who is Justin Sung? Okay, so if it is a valid parameter, then what we'll do is this. Hey, bro, how are you? How are you doing? Hey, this is pretty cool. Yo, what's going on, Daryl? How are you? Thank you. How are you doing, my friend? So we'll do is readable, and we'll pass in the ID of the conversation. It's a conversation ID, and we'll pass in the user ID. So this function is going to return to us. I should probably just, I'm going to change this to. I'm going to change the name of this function. Can read, has permission. I'll call it has read permission. Or actually, no, we don't really have. Yeah, we'll just call it has permission. Or has authorization. Naming is like so important. That's why I'm trying to think of a good name for this. Cyber Tejas, how are you? Good morning. I am Huang. I know how to pronounce her last name, but because I've had a friend that had that name for. He was actually Vietnamese. His name was Huang. I think, is that how you pronounce it? Huang. Or is it Huang? Sorry if I mispronounced it. But I had a friend. His name was. He had the same exact name, and he was Vietnamese. Hey Anson, just DM'd you on Discord about my Discord bot button. I don't have any phones. Just be let me know if you have any further questions. Oh yeah, sure. I'll take a look at it. Golden Gaming. Thank you for that. What NestJS features have more than Express? There's a lot to. There's a lot. For example, there's custom decorators. There's actual validation. There's built-in unit testing. Has access. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll call it this then. We'll do it has access. Yeah, naming is so important with your code because if you don't name your variables and functions properly, you're going to could get confused of what it is that the function is doing, and it makes it a lot harder to understand, like, what is going on. Okay, I wonder if I were to pass in an object. I wonder if I did this. I think what I'll do is this. I'll do const params equals function ID, user ID, and I'll make this function taking an object. So we need the conversation ID. I'll just name. I'll make this an ID. I'll make this an ID. So number and then user ID number as well. Actually, yeah. I'll actually know what. I'll just call this conversation ID. All right. See you later, Golden. Is this a stream or video? It's an actual stream. What's going on, Art to me? How are you? He wants to know which prince was right there. Said two different ways. Huang, right? It's Huang. Should be Huang. Winbuntu, it has Ubuntu and Windows built in it. Alright, so let me just change this to... There we go. Alright, so now we can pass this in here. And type annotate this as well. There we go. So that looks a lot more better. I'm also gonna probably create like a custom exception first. I might just do that right now. Export class conversation or invalid conversation. Exception. I'm good, thanks. Do you just making streams and YouTube videos, or do you also do custom codes for money? Right now, I would love to do more freelancing, but I am working full time because, like, I only do YouTube for fun, on my free time, so I don't really have like a lot of time to. What am I doing here? Yeah, there's that. I don't really have a lot of time to like do freelancing. So, if I had to choose between freelancing and this, I'd probably just choose this while having like, while working full time because it's a lot more fun. Doing streams and stuff. But maybe in the future though, I'll probably do that. Maybe in the future I'll probably freelance again, we'll see. But at the moment, I'm just like really busy right now, unfortunately, so... I would love to, though, not gonna lie, because I do like building projects. Is it hard to switch to TS after understanding basic concepts in JS? I wouldn't say it's necessarily hard. And the reason why I say that is because... The reason why I say that if you already know Java or C#, you should just honestly just learn TypeScript right away. Now, the only things that might be annoying is that you might have trouble understanding like the other stuff, like the ecosystem, because that requires like all that kind of stuff. It requires all the other knowledge with npm JavaScript and all that kind of stuff. So it might feel a little bit daunting, but I would honestly say that once you have the basics of JavaScript, you should 100% learn TypeScript. And the reason why I say that is because I don't believe JavaScript is like, yeah, it's cool. Like you can do a lot of great functional programming things, and you can do a lot of things that you can't do in, Java, for example, right? But it's just like, well, you don't have proper strict typing. You don't have proper null checks. You don't have proper data types, right? So it's just like, you might as well just learn TypeScript to actually complete that part, because that is really one of the main things that it's also missing as well. There's also other object-oriented programming features that a lot of other programming languages that you'll learn if you go to like a college course that they'll teach you. That is not available in JavaScript, but it is available in TypeScript. So I wouldn't say it's hard. I would say that there's just new things to be learned, is what I would say. Aizawa, welcome to the stream. How are you? Give me 1 second. Let me go get some water. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. The theme looks cozy. What's the name of it? Just do the exclamation mark theme command, and it'll send you the theme in the chat. Someone recommended me that every single time I change my extension, like my theme, I should like make it so it automatically updates my Nightbot command. It should send a second. Someone just use the theme command. There you go. Enjoy it. Alright, so we'll do this. So I only know Java and C++ and JS code looks quite alien to me. Does that happen the other way as well? Honestly, I don't want to say it because I don't really have that experience, because I learned Java first and then I went into JavaScript. But so I don't really know what that experience would be like for someone who went the other way. And maybe some of you guys might have experience with that. So let's try number 45. Why is it giving conversation not found? Oh yeah, we don't have conversation number. Okay. Let me see. So I think, let me see. Did I create a conversation earlier? Let me do this. All right. Let me log in and let me create a conversation with this user. So this is conversation number 44. And now let me go ahead and log in again as the other account. And let's go ahead and try to get this conversation number 44. So it's giving us a 200 and it's saying false. Okay, see how it says false? Because we cannot read this because we don't have permission. Now if I log back in as Aiden, and if I click on, if I hit this, you'll see this is true because we are in fact authorized to see that conversation. Now if I log in as Bidoof, did you struggle to understand OOP concepts? I think the hardest thing with OOP really was understanding maybe like the polymorphism stuff, and really just understanding why you should do it. Like the concepts of it didn't really bother me that much. It was just more so like, why would you do like those getters and setters and stuff? That's kind of like what didn't really make sense to me. Why do we have a spammer? But yeah, it was more so just like, just understanding why, you know. I would say generics were kind of a little bit weird to me back then. Yeah, I would say generics were really weird to me back then, but they weren't like the end of the world though, you know. They weren't like the end of the world. All right, so you see how now when I try to access the conversation, you see how it says false, even though we should technically be able to see the conversation, right? We should technically be able to read the conversation. Like even if I call it get conversations, you'll see that number 44 is technically part of number 44 is technically there. I think it might be because of the way that we are returning has access, because conversation creator ID is equal to user ID, which is not the case, but that's interesting. Let me try this, because we are the recipient. Yeah, let's try that. All right, and it should say true. There we go, true. So true. There we go. Let me log in as another user. Get conversation. True. There we go. True, true, true. Okay, cool. And then let me log in as a user that does not belong to the conversation. And if I go ahead and call this endpoint, it's going to say false. Perfect. Okay, so there we go. All right, so what we'll do is now we'll go ahead and say return is readable. So if it's readable, we'll call the next function. Well, actually, I want to throw an error, so let me do this. So if is readable, we'll call the next function. Else, we'll throw a new exception. Or maybe not XC, except we'll do... we'll just say conversation not found. We'll just say conversation not found, because if we say... Like, here's the thing, right? You're probably wondering, why should I say conversation not found, even though the conversation does exist? So the reason why is because you don't want to let the user know that there is a conversation that exists with that ID, right? Another reason why is because if you give them that information, they can use that to do certain things. So you want to make it as vague and as ambiguous as possible for the user. You don't ever want to give actual precise information when in your error codes. Like, you just want to make it as ambiguous, because you never know what they could do with that. Like, if they know that there's a conversation that exists, right, with that number, but they know that they can't access it, they could try to figure something out, right? So it just really depends on situations like that. It's like, for example, if you're trying to sign up for an account, right? Or let's say, for example, if you're trying to log in as a user account, right? And let's say, for example, that you pass in an email that doesn't actually exist in the database. You don't want to say email does not exist. You just want to say, oh, invalid credentials. Because if you say email doesn't exist, that basically implies that that account doesn't exist in the database. And they can, you know, like I said, these informations, they can use that to their advantage. So that's why you want to be as ambiguous as possible. So we'll do else. And we'll create another exception, and we'll just say, actually, no. We'll use something conversation not found. So else else throw new HTTP exception. Wait, conversation not found. There we go. And so now watch this. If I go ahead and if I try to get this, it's going to say conversation was not found. Perfect. That's exactly what should happen. Okay, now if I logged in as the other users, right? If I logged in as let's log in as Aiden. We'll go ahead and do this and log in, and you'll see that we can see the conversation. Yo, Yo, what's going on, Dennis Ivy? First time catching this channel live. Good stream. Thank you, Dennis Ivy. I really appreciate that. And welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well, my friend. I actually seen some of your streams on my recommended too. Like I saw the one that you uploaded the other day with the person from, I think it was Railway, and I was watching for a little bit. But I found it pretty annoying when I try to log in and it says wrong credentials. Like I'm supposed to know if it's my email or my password. Isn't correct? I mean, I guess for debugging purposes, you can like do some custom logging on the side. But in an actual production application, I don't think it would be a good idea to like let them know that the email doesn't exist when they're trying to log into it. Because I mean, I guess there's many ways they can handle that. Like you could also implement like the forgot password feature, which I just remembered that we should probably also implement that as well, which would also require like an email verification. But yeah, I would say like you could do like some custom debugging on the back end where you can like log different things that happen. So like for example, if the email is not found, um, you can just log down the back end. But we're only speaking from a front end perspective though, like from the UI perspective, from the customer's perspective. You shouldn't give them that kind of information. But if it was like on the back end though, like if it was like on the back end, yeah, you would definitely want to like have that kind of information being logged so that we can distinguish what's going on, whether it's wrong credentials or if they are, or if the user just doesn't exist. For the conversation not found, yeah, let's actually change it to a 404. Let's actually change it to a 404 instead. I only did 400 because originally this exception was thrown from the somewhere. I don't remember where, but it was thrown somewhere. But let me see. Let me see. Yeah, we can change this to 400, 404. I'm trying to remember where did I throw this. It has to be somewhere inside the service. Darren Sean, what's going on, my friend? How are you? Let's see. Conversation not found. So let's go over here. Over here. Oh yeah. So I think I was throwing it inside here, but honestly, like I think I kind of want to change. I want to change this a little bit, but I don't know how I would change that. 404. Let me actually look something up real quick. Because I remember reading this some time ago. Because I remember like, because typically with 404, typically that results to like a resource, like a route that's not being mapped on the server. But with like the actual resource itself, I guess you could do 404. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Yo, Dennis Ivy, thank you so much for the $20, man. Yo, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Gotta run now, catch you later. Alright, man, take it easy, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, brother. Damn, thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. But yeah, I think we can just change this to 404. Let's see. Bad. What was it? Not found. Yeah, it's just not found. Alright, so, let's see. Yeah, we'll change that there, and then, yeah, so from here on now, we should be able to just go ahead and call the endpoint, and, if I log in as an unauthorized user, it will just give me a 404. There you go, 404, conversation not found, perfect. Alright, so I think now from here, we should be able to connect this from the front end, and we can handle it accordingly. I think Dennis is a new content creator of Travis Smith. He actually has his own channel, and he actually uploads a lot of Django videos, actually. Lots of good Django videos. He actually has a WebRTC video as well. But yeah, he also made a lot of videos on Brad Turfity too, which were really great. I think the WebRTC video was, I think, on Traversy's channel as well. if I remember correctly. I think it was, yeah, it was like I think it was like 8 hour or 4 hour course on WebRTC. Um, I wanted to store video files on database. So which database would be the best? Um, Now the thing is, like, I don't know if you would want to store like an actual video file in a database, because typically when it comes to content, you should probably store that somewhere like a CDN, like something like well, not CDN, I should say. I shouldn't say CDN. I should say something like an S3 bucket, for example, for file storage. And what you should do is you should save it to there, and you should save the ID that references that file, and then you can query it from there. Excuse me. Now, if you mean save it in a file system, you can also save the video or the file in a file system. And what you can do is you can just save like the file path to the in the database. So that way you'll know where the file lives, and then whenever the file is moved, you can just update the database. So that's something what you could do. I'm trying to make a YouTube clone. Yeah, I guess the best thing that you should do is just save the videos in a folder for now, and just save like the absolute path in the database. If you're doing this locally, that is. Now, if you were to deploy the service, yeah, I think you would probably want to save that in like a like storage or something. Hey, quick question: are you going to make the ID somewhat like Discord's? Are you gonna stick it like with +1? Um, what do you mean like +1 thing? Do you mean like the snowflakes, like the snowflake IDs? Um, yeah, I mean, right now, like this is only like we're only using like the primary keys. I think what we'll do is we'll probably like use like a better way to like set the conversation channel ID. I know with Discord, they have like a way that's based off of like the timestamp, which is really cool actually. So maybe we'll do that actually, because like if you actually right click the ID of a message, and if you get the ID, you can actually use that. There's actually an algorithm that you can use to convert when that message was sent. I know you can do that with user though. I know you can do that with user. All right, let's see. So yeah, so let's go ahead and just connect this with the front end. So let's see. Okay, so on the front end now, watch this. If I try to go to number 44, it should just throw an error. I think. We should get a 404. There we go. Okay, you see how we get a 404 not found? There we go. We get a 404 not found. So what should happen is whenever we get this 404, we should redirect the user back to the main page. Let's see. Let's just write return 404 when conversation is not found. Actually, wait. Return a 404. I'll call this add middleware to prevent non. How do I want to write this message? Deny. Throw. Return 404 if user has no permissions. Conversation permissions. There we go. Quandavius Dingleberry to 69. Bro, I'm just standing here. No, I think they may have just accidentally confused you as a bot, but it's okay though. But no, you're good. You're good. You're good, Quandavius. You're absolutely fine. Add middleware to prevent auth not conversation. Prevent auth conversation. Okay. So now from the front end, we can see that it gives us a 404, which is good, but we need to actually handle it on the front end. So what we'll do is we'll go over to the conversation page, conversation channel page right over here. Okay, because this is where we're actually fetching all the messages for the conversation. And so I think what we should probably do is this. There's probably a way where we can actually add like a middleware. Not really a middleware, but like you see how over here I have this authenticated route component right over here, right? I wonder if I can actually do something different with this. You know what? Let me do it this way. we'll do this way. I think I might need to do it like this though. And now we actually have to render that. All right. So I think I have to do it like this, and if I try to, yeah, we should see that loading status there, right? What's going on over here? Oh, here we go. And what we'll do is from here, I think I might add like a middleware, not really a middleware, but like we can add like this function component that will wrap around the page to check to see if the page is actually valid. Nah, Quandavius, you're good, bro. You're good. You're not a troll. Can you just click uninstall these clicks? I'll take a screenshot. Looks dope. I don't really have much extensions though, to be honest with you. Like a lot of people are always wondering what my extensions are. To be honest, I don't really use much, honestly. Like the only ones that I really use are like just ones that are specific to languages, like Angular, C#, Dart, Java, Docker, ESLint, like, you know, kind of like the industry standard. The ones that I really use more specifically are just mostly themes, and maybe like you know, icon themes, mocks or icons, like, you know, things like that. But yeah, and let me see what this Falcon theme is. Yeah, I have this icon theme as well, which I don't really like, so I just change it to, you know, whatever I want. Like I think the one that I was using was material theme icons, I think. And I really like these icon themes a lot, honestly. Anyways, so I think, yeah, for this page itself, I'll probably add like a wrapper function, so that way I don't have to actually. We can actually call it, technically we can just call it like a wrapper auth function, or not really auth, but like, you know, kind of like a pre-check. I don't really want to call it a middleware, but technically it is like a middleware, you know. Light mode when? We'll probably do some refactoring in the code base, because like right now, like the reason why I don't want to take any pull requests yet is because our whole like style components, like look how many lines of CSS we have. We have 646 lines of CSS. Like it's a large file, so I really want to like refactor everything before I like, you know, take pull requests. But because it's just like really unstable right now. But what I would like to do is add like multiple themes, like a light mode, like other colored themes too. Make it look more flavorful, you know. Make it look more flavorful. Let me look up this React router middleware. I think dark mode looks way better. Yeah, I personally am a fan of dark mode. Personally, I'm a huge fan of dark mode. Let me see. Okay, I think I may have finally figured out what I can do on the front end. I'll just call those middlewares. And then what we can do is this. Because like I'm trying to look up on Google like React Router middleware. And I mean actually we shouldn't really call it middleware, we should probably call it guards maybe. Maybe we should call it like a guard or something like that. But there's different ways they can handle this. Like everyone has their own way to handle things. That's the nice thing about React compared to Angular, is that with React you can do whatever you want, however you want. Make it so that the homepage greets you. Yeah, we actually had a viewer, one of our actually channel members actually wanted to design us a nice homepage. 69 viewers, yeah. Let me see. All right. All right. Let's see. What do I want to do now? Middlewares. All right. There we go. So I'll call this. Let's see. I'm gonna call it a guard. I'll call it a guard. Conversation. Are you gonna add the blocking functionality, and how is it like? I mean, like when we're having good conversation, rules somehow made. Yeah, I will add a blocking functionality. The way that it'll work is basically, I think what I'll do is I'll probably have like a one-to-many relationship between user and user, which I wonder if that'll even be, that should be possible, I think, right? You should be able to have I think you can have relationships with yourself on the database record, I think, and you could just basically just get a list of all the users that are blocked. If not, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Do you currently work for any company? I'm currently working full-time for a company, yes. So let me just add this, export const conversation page guard. And we'll do FC, which is, let me do this real quick. Restart TS server. There we go. Easter eggs when? Maybe soon, maybe soon. Props with children. And then we'll do this. I really should use a linter though, to be honest with you. Hey, welcome back, ChatMX. Welcome back. Alright. So with this page, I think what I'll do here is we'll fetch the endpoint. But do I really even need to do that though? Because like the thing is like, okay, well, we're fetching this API and we'll just end up making like 2 unnecessary calls. So that's why I'm wondering, like, is it even like, should I even like do that or? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, so we'll do the same thing here. We'll call use location, and we have this hook called use auth, which does all this stuff for us. I think what I'll do is let me see. What if I did this, right? What if I created a use conversation or use? I don't want to rewrite some. I don't want to write things that I might think are unnecessary, but we'll probably do that for now. I'm trying to set the chat app for my friend. Can I look database prep blank? If your database does not have any authentication, I think you should be able to. So you can try it though. You can try it. You can try and see if it works. Cookie secret. Just put whatever. Just put a random string. Like for example, my environment variables. Like these are my environment variables. That's my username, password for my local database. Will you try Rapid API extension on VS Code for calls? Does it make API calls? Can you do Lua? What would I do with Lua? Like I guess Roblox development. Roblox development. Database username is whatever you want it to be. So my database username is test user. That would be it would be different for you, of course. Yeah, you can use root if you want. You can use root. I just didn't use root for myself. Warcraft 3 was also written by Lua. Wow. I did not know that. Conversations. Alright, let's do config. And we'll go ahead and we'll call get conversation by ID. And we'll go ahead and call this. We'll pass in the ID, so we'll have to get the ID from the route parameter. And we'll call .then data console log data catch. All right, and let's see. What I want to do now is I want to go ahead and do this. So I think what I'll do here is, well, first of all, let's remove this user because we don't need that. So let's remove that. What I'll do is this. We'll basically need to also have this. Let's move this. It's middleware. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm between calling it a middleware or a guard. I feel like on the front end, it's better to call it a guard because you're guarding a page. Because not really. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's better to call it a guard, though. I don't know. That's just me personally, though. What do you guys think? But regardless of whatever we call it, the functionality will stay the same. Yeah. So let's try this out. So also, I'll take the ID from here as well. Okay. So we can just basically call const ID equals use params, and so this page will call use conversation guard, and we'll pass in the ID like that. And then we'll do take a look at the package.json file and look at what the start script is. The React app, I changed it from start to start dev. Like if you look over, I'm assuming it's the React app. I changed the start dev so I can make it easier to run it using Lerna. So and guys, don't worry. Once we're like complete with the project, I'll actually make a video showing you all how to set up the set the project from scratch. So don't worry. Or maybe I'll make a video later. Anyways, so we'll need the parse. Okay, and so I think for this, we'll do the same thing that we're doing for our, let's see. So we call use auth, and we need the loading status, and we'll also need error. Okay, so we'll need loading, and then we'll need an error. So const error, set error, use state. Okay, and so basically what we'll do is this. So on the use effect, let me see, what did I do here for this use auth hook? So what we did, is it true? Wait. Let me see. So we did use conversation or true. We go ahead and do this. I'm trying to think. Let's see. So if it's successful, then we'll just basically call set loading to false. Wait, did I never set loading to false? Oh, wait, I did after a timeout. Okay. Okay. Let me see. And I think what I'll do with the inside the catch is I'll go ahead and I'll log the error, and then we'll need to redirect the user back away from the slash conversations slash ID route and navigate them to just the conversations route. So we'll do const. Let's see, navigate. Choose navigate, and I'll just do navigate. Though actually, this is actually not a good idea because I think this will actually update the state after it's unmounted, so this is actually not a good idea. But I think I think we have control or abort though, so I don't know. Is it really useful to use set timeout? I mean, you don't have to. I really only did it just to show like the loading thing, but it could definitely help with like seeing like the loading status to see if like see the API and stuff. You don't have to do that though. I only did it just for temporary purposes. Okay, so we have this hook. Let's return the error as well. Okay, so let's go over here, and we'll go inside this authenticated route component. So basically, inside this authenticated route component, what we're doing, so typically we'd replace this loading with like an actual spinner. But what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, if it's loading, return loading. Okay. Now, I feel a bit iffy with doing it like this because now the problem here is like, well, now we're checking. Yeah, I guess we'll do this. So if loading, and if there is a user, well, we don't have to check this because we were doing that with authenticated route. And but what we will do though is if there is no error, we will return the children prop. Okay, that will just render whatever is supposed to be rendered. That will just render the actual conversation component, and otherwise we'll return navigate. So we'll just take this and we will move in here. Make a chat filter for accounts under a specific amount of age. Yeah, we'll probably worry about that later. So if there's no error, well, I could probably just use the return operator. So if there's, so return error. So if there's an error, we'll return navigate to, and we'll just import this navigate component. I'll write down your suggestion in a second on my Asana board. Just do this. So if there is an error, navigate to there. Otherwise, return children. Like that. So that's pretty much it. So let's see if this actually works. So let me see. Oh wait, I didn't actually register yet. Whoops. Silly me. So we have to go over to here. Okay. What would you say? I'm doing 2 redirects. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, you're right. Forgot about that. Thanks for catching that. All right. So let's go over here. Let's go here, and let's go here, and we'll delete this, and we'll do guard, and we'll do children, and this will just be the conversation channel page. Let me see. Oh wait, you know what it is? Let me see if I can do something real quick. I would also like there to be like a spinner maybe, or like a loading thing, like a loading indicator. So I think we could probably do that somewhere over. Let me do this. Let me go over here, and let me set the loading. Oh, I also gotta set loading after this too. Okay, there we go. So set timeout. Let's do 3 seconds for now. There we go. So later on, what we could do is we can add like a loading status, but obviously we won't have like a set timeout. Okay, we can see that now. Whenever it seems like it only does it though when you actually visit the actual direct page. Okay, I guess that's okay. I guess. So I might just honestly remove that though. Because it should do it whenever the... Oh, you know what it is? Oh, wait. I know why it's not changing. I know why it's not calling the hook. Yeah, I know why it's not doing that. It's because we need to pass in the ID here. So now it should do that. I get different motivations to do different projects like HTML, CSS, JS one day, React on another, Python, and other like this. Oh, really? Wow. What projects have you built so far? Okay, so it seems like that doesn't want to fix that. That's interesting. So it seems like when I call this, let me remove this first. So it's supposed to recall this callback function every single time we pass in the ID, but it's really interesting. I guess it's not going to re-render that. Are you using Redux or you're fetching the conversations when you refresh? I am using Redux. I am using Redux, yes. So basically what happens is I'll show you how it works on the front end. Basically, we basically fetch all the conversations, right? But we don't fetch the conversations yet. I mean, we don't fetch the messages yet. We only fetch the messages when they actually click on a channel. So if I click here, then what will happen is Redux will dispatch will dispatch an action, and you'll see that right over here. I don't know why. Oh wait, right here. You see right over here, we have them being stored over here. Okay, all the messages are being stored right over here, and this is for conversation number 1. If I go to the next conversation, let's go over here, right? I know it's a little bit hard to see, but basically all you need to know is that we don't fetch all the messages in one go. We only fetch messages whenever they click on the conversation. We still need to make it so that we can paginate the messages, but we also need to make sure that we can actually save the messages to Redux, so that way we avoid refetching messages that are not supposed to be refetched. Does that make sense? Okay, so let me see. Let me change this to just 1 second for now. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I passed in the ID here. I think it's because I think it's because we probably set the string here. Or maybe I should probably not do this. Maybe I should just call this guard and just do const ID equals use params. Maybe this might actually work. Okay, that's interesting. So when the route changes, it doesn't call this callback hook. That's really interesting. Do I have to pass in the controller? Oh, maybe I gotta pass in the controller. Interesting. So it's calling fetching conversation. Oh, maybe I gotta set loading, maybe? Hmm. Oh, wait, I know why. It's because we're not setting the state of loading. There we go. There we go, that should fix that. But, let me move. It's fetching infinitely. There we go. Yeah, I had default set to true originally because I had some issues with it. But, we could probably set that to false, though. And also, I probably shouldn't do the entire screen. I think what I would do is I would only just do this part, I would show loading, instead of, like, but I think like I said, we'll end up using Redux for this, I think, so. If doing the rock Johnson songs, I will little drink water. Will you know? Yeah. There we go, yeah, that was the problem originally, so. Hey, D-Clan, how are you? Yeah, well, we'll see though. I think what I want to do is I want to make it so that it won't show this whole loading thing, but I'll make it so that it'll show like a spinner here instead of like just not showing the whole entire thing. We could also use skeletons too. Hey, Wish Saldor, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, my friend? Okay, but this is a little bit wonky right now, but it should do the trick. So watch this though. If I try to go to route number 44, that's not good. Why is it redirecting me back to? Did I navigate to the wrong page? I think I did. Yes, I did. Conversations. I probably shouldn't add the loading screen though, because then everyone's going to tell me to change to spinner over and over again. Because I don't want people to focus on that right now. Because the spinner thing is not really important. So that's why I don't want you guys to focus on that right now. Yeah, that's what I noticed is because like whenever I add like a feature that is only just for temporary, um, um, even though it's like just for temporary testing purposes, I'll just constantly be told repeatedly to um, fix it, fix it, fix it, which is fine because like it's only there for temporary, but it's whatever. Um, yeah, I don't like. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna just remove this thing over here. But it's not that I don't want to fix it. It's just that it's not really like the important thing right now. If that makes sense, like it's not really like it's not like a priority. You know what I mean? Like it's only there just to show us the state of what's going on. Like it's only just there to show us the state of what's going on, so that way we can see exactly what is happening. But no, I understand though. I also yeah, we definitely need like let me do this. So see what happens here if I go to 44. It's going to say loading. It's going to go here. Perfect. I'm going to remove this timeout, to be honest. Yeah, let me just do this finally. Set loading. There we go. So let's go to /conversations 44. It redirects us back to here. Perfect. So right now, like the conversation panel will add something here, but don't worry. But if I try to go to a conversation that I don't belong to, it's gonna redirect me. Good man, nice to see you again. Yo, what's going on, Declan? How are you? Yeah, it's nice to see you again too, man. Welcome to the stream. Why you use event emitter package on NestJS? So the reason why I use that was because instead of just having to inject the gateway into my controller or my service, I just emitted an event, send it to the gateway class. The gateway class handles that event and it has access to the socket server, so we can emit messages to other users. Otherwise, I would have just worried about injecting the gateway everywhere in my code. So we decided to just create like a more event-driven type of architecture. I mean, I could have just easily just injected the server, the socket server instance into my service and emitted the event, but I didn't want to do that. Have you completed yet? I mean, what is your definition of complete with what we are doing today? So far we made it so that when you get kicked from a conversation, so right now if I try to access conversations that I don't belong to, I'll get redirected. So that was one of the issues that we had to fix yesterday. I love working with events. Yeah, I think event-driven architecture is pretty cool. So now we have to just do the same thing for groups as well, because we only did it for conversations. So let's just do this. You should add notifications to the login page. What do you mean by notifications? Like what kind of notifications should I add? Is event emitter similar to socket? They're not the same thing, because event emitter is just basically event emitters is just basically a class that just handles listening to events and receiving events. And the socket is just more so of a protocol that you can communicate between the client and the actual socket server. So they're two separate things. No, but I mean like what kind of notification should I add though? Like what kind of notification should I add? Oh, you mean like when like what kind of what kind of Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Sure. All right, let me just do this. Can we handle client server? No, you need to. Event emitter is usually for this. Is usually for like the same. Event emitter is basically used for the same how do I say this? Event emitter is just basically used for the same application that you're using. So the server and the client are separate applications, so they cannot use an event emitter together, right? The event emitter is only for the same application to transmit messages between all over the entire application without having to, declare a bunch of global variables. So that way when something happens, you can handle it accordingly. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. Let me look at this Let me look at these things real quick. I have a feeling it's probably really slow, right? I don't know how to read this because I've never done this before, but I can't tell if it's fast or I can't tell if it's slow or if it's bad. High, okay, so I guess these are loading assets or something, I don't know. Performance. I really want to start, not right now, but like later. I definitely do want to work on performance for our application. We could probably just run like a Google light shot test. I'll probably do that later though. Okay, so let's write a commit message. Let's just say all right, there we go. So that should take care of that. Um, and let's go ahead and do this. We'll do the same thing for a group as well. So let me just go over here. So for group, it's going to be pretty much it's going to be really similar to how we did it with our conversation route. So basically, we shouldn't allow the user to be able to access groups that they don't belong to. So for example, let me see. Let's go ahead and get our auth status. So let me log in. Okay, and let's go ahead and create a group. And I'll create a group with, let's see, 2 users. Okay, there we go. So we'll create a group with 2 users. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get that group. So ID number 46. Okay, so now it is over here. You can see these are the 3 participants. If I were to try to go to that group right now, so let's do 46, you'll see that I can actually access the group, right? I can't see anything though, but I can't, and I also can't send anything. But I should not be able to access the group that I'm not in. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to add protection for this route too. So let's do that. So let's go over to, first let's figure out the route that we want to actually take care of. And I think the route will probably just be this get group route. Yep. Can you make the ER diagram of this project? We can understand system share on GitHub. Yeah, I'll draw a diagram at some point. But to be honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I never expect this project to get this far or like this big, to be honest. So it's just like I'm like really surprised that you know, the project got this big. So that means that we got a lot more work to do. Hello there, just got home from school. Yo, what's up, good boy? How are you? How's it going, my friend? How was school? Okay, so we'll call this endpoint. So we'll add a middleware for this endpoint. So let's just do this. Let's just do this. So I'll just copy this folder. Let's do this group dot middleware. All right, group service. And I'll comment all of this stuff for now. Well, actually, yeah, let me comment all of this stuff out for now. And so we'll go ahead and register this middleware right now. So we'll do implements nest module. Hey, Nathan, how's it going? How are you doing, my friend? Consumer.apply. And we'll need the is authorized middleware as well, as well as group middleware. And I will only configure this for the groups/ID route. So we'll do that real quick. Change to groups. There we go. I've been getting a lot of your live streams in my recommended, so I'm here to check it out. Hey, what's going on, Ping? How are you? How's it going today? Right now, we're just working on protecting groups and conversations, so that way, when you're trying to access a group, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, my server is down right now. Yeah, we're trying to make it so that when you're trying to access a group that you don't belong in, you don't get that. You should not be able to do that. So we're trying to add that middleware check right now. It was boring as it used to be, but now I can do some programming. Well, that's good. That's good. What time is it for you? What time is it for you guys right now? Right now over here, it's about to be 6 a.m. So I'm almost about to start my day soon. We've been up since 2 hours and 30 minutes. Time flies just so fast when you're having fun. 6:20 p.m. 14:49. That's like 2:49 in Denmark. So that means Denmark is like 9 hours ahead, I think, right? Right? Because it's almost 15 o'clock there. Yeah, so 9 hours ahead. 14:49, 13:50 in Morocco, 2:49 in France. Nice, yeah. It's freaking awesome. All right, so let's see. Group module. So we'll apply the middleware to groups/ID, and just to make sure that it works, we'll just send back hello world, and let's test out the endpoint. So let's go over to here. Might get an error here actually. Conversation. Oh wait. What's going on here? Wait, what is going on here? Oh, whoops, I forgot to do its groups. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. All right. So let's go over here. Let's go here. There we go. Hello world. So the middleware is working. I'm doing well. I'm actually developing a chat platform as well. I started the project a while ago and I didn't know React back then. Also, it's being made in Electron. Nice. Well, now you know React, I assume, right? So you'll be able to make lots of progress with your chat application. Almost 11 p.m. in New South Wales, Australia. Nice. So that's like, damn, that's like almost like 16 hours or so. That's like 15 hours ahead, I think. Damn. iFans GTS. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, my friend? I'm still learning React. Oh, wow. So what did you use to build your chat app back then? Angular? Did you use like vanilla HTML, Vue? All right, so inside of middleware, we're gonna have the same logic that we're going to do with the conversation. So it's just literally gonna be the same thing. I'm gonna rename this to group ID. And then yeah, everything else will be the same. So if is nan group ID, we'll throw a invalid group exception. So invalid group exception, and we'll call this invalid group ID. Okay. Vanilla JS, gotcha. So you did everything with everything from scratch basically. No framework, nothing, just went straight in. Did you add it? Did your chat app have any authentication? Did it have any authentication or any group chat, video chat, anything like that? We're actually trying to add group chat. Well, I mean we did already, but we're trying to add video chat to our application. That's gonna be for later though. But the day that we implement video chat will probably be a great day for all of us. So what I'll do is I'll create has access. And it's going to take in the same parameters that we had defined earlier. So I'm honestly just going to change the access params instead. Because I really don't want to create a second type for this, It just doesn't really make any sense to me. So params, access params. So we'll return a boolean. And let me just go over to conversation real quick. And we do have to fix some stuff. So let's just go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. And we'll change this to just ID. That should fix that. Cool. What's going on over here? Oh. So it should be invalid group exception. Oh wait, this should be group not found exception. Which we have here, so we'll make this a 404. Everything was pretty much from scratch. Yeah, it has authentication. It's pretty similar to Discord. I started this project 11 months ago. Nice. Well, I love to see it, honestly. I'd love to see it if you don't mind. Someone actually, another one of our viewers, when around the first week when we were building out this app, they actually showed me their chat app, and I was like, wow, that actually looks really amazing, what they built out. So yeah, I'd be really curious to take a look at it if you have it deployed somewhere. If it's not deployed or if it's not open source, it's fine. But if you have a repository, I'd be more than happy to check it out. If you want to, that is. You don't have to. Okay, so let me just change this. Wait, what am I doing? This is supposed to be ID. There we go. There we go. And then there we go. Do you think that the front end also can be logical as the backend? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by the front end be logical as the backend? Because they are two different applications and they have different things. So what do you mean by that? Okay, so we'll have to go into the service and we'll actually have to implement this method. So you see how we have this red line? It's because we have not implemented that has access method yet. So we'll have to fix that. So the has access method is going to be really identical to the one that we did earlier for conversations. I'll show you how this works, because you got to keep in mind that it's actually going to be easier actually, but you have to also keep in mind that groups have multiple recipients, they have multiple participants, so there could be 10 people in there. What VS Code theme do you use? It looks great. Yeah, the theme, there you go. There you go. It's, yeah, Field Lights is the name of it. It looks great. Yeah, I'm glad that you like it. Okay, so first we'll do is we'll find the groups. We'll do await this dot find group by ID. We'll pass in the ID. So let's go ahead and just grab that ID. So ID, user ID. And then let's make this function async as well. Let's pass an ID. Okay, if there is no group, we will go ahead and just throw a group not found exception. And then if it is found, what we'll do is, so we have this group.users property, and I think find group ID will give us all of the users. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do this. We'll return group.users.find. Let's see. We'll return, well, actually, this function is supposed to return a boolean. We'll actually make it return an actual value. So actually, we'll actually make it do this. We'll make it return a defined value because this is a little bit different. So let's make it return a promise user. Promise user. Out of the elements, 10 of those were different failed versions of the app. Now I'm version 9. Stick that. I've only have a month old app. So I failed so many times I was very new to JS. Wait, man, listen, like, I give you respect for being persistent and not giving up and going through, failure and reassessing yourself and then going from there. So I give you my respect. And, who knows, right? Maybe this time will be the time where you'll actually get it, right? Maybe this time will be the time where you'll actually, get it up and working, and you know what I mean? So yeah, like, just keep going, man. Like, I'm sure you already know that already, but I just wanted to shed some words of encouragement. But yeah, man, like, I hope everything works out well for you. You still grinding GigaChat for you, Anson? Thank you, Supreme. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're still grinding, man. Do you think that TypeScript is still worth a try? Yes, it is worth it. The benefits of TypeScript is you get to type annotate everything. You get to actually have strict types. So that way you can't just pass in random values to a function that is supposed to assume that the value is a number, right? So for example, this function requires us to pass in an object that has these two properties, right? In JavaScript, we could pass in any object we want, and we can pass in any properties we want, and there's no validation. And it's really bad for testing, and it's really bad for just overall development in general. Like, if you look at other languages like Java, C#, they all have strict types. They all have the proper type system, and you never really have to worry about those issues. In JavaScript, you would have to do additional checks like, oh, is it a number? Oh, is it a string? Oh, is it a boolean? Right? Java and those other languages, they don't have the issue. So that's why I say it's worth learning it. Give it a try. If you don't like it, I would say play around with it a little bit. Start small. I do have a crash course on my channel if you want to check it out. But start with some small stuff with TypeScript and then work your way up. It takes some time though, because like when I first was learning TypeScript, I wasn't really that great with it, and I had to like get used to it. You should remove the white background thing in the login form. What white background? Are you talking about when you focus in, or are you talking about the autofill thing? Are you talking about the autofill thing? When will this man take a break? Still going now? We're still going, man. I'll probably stream for like another hour because I have a meeting in like 2 hours or so for work. So I'll probably stream for another hour, and that's usually when the time when I start work anyway. So, yeah, thanks for letting me know about that, MX. Awesome work, well, thank you, Nerman. TypeScript is extremely useful for large-scale apps and APIs. Yes. That is like an indirect consequence, yes. Like, it is very useful for, especially when you have a large application, because like it's just so good, But though it might be hard to understand it from like a perspective of someone who has only used JavaScript and never used any other language. It might be hard to see it from that perspective. But that's why you have to mention these things so people actually will migrate. I work remotely. I do, yes. Even in Python, we greatly benefit from type hints. Yes, exactly. I do work remotely, yes. Did I wake up at 4 a.m.? I woke up at 3:30. I actually was supposed to get up at 2. I keep saying that I'm live at 2, which I Sometimes I am, but like sometimes I just wake up late. Yo, watching from yo, what's up, Diego? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Good morning to you. Oh, Python is like a turtle, although they are not part of a language. So what I'll do is I'll do user.id. So if there's a user that is found in this group, we're gonna return that. Otherwise, this will just return undefined. Is there a way that I can expand this box? No. Thiek Hein Bai. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Undefined. Okay, there we go. All right. So has access will return user or undefined. And let's just go over to type definition. Let's go here. More user. There we go. Perfect. All right. So now we'll go into the middleware again, and this is now user. So we'll do this. If there is a user, we will go to the next middleware function. If there's not, we'll throw a no group not found exception. For me, TypeScript changed all the versions of the JavaScript we see with Java. We have some features of C#, and I love it. Hello, quick question. Where did you guys learn how to code? I'm using FreeCodeCamp and the Odin project. FreeCodeCamp is a good resource. The nice thing about coding is that, you have people from all over the place that have different backgrounds. You have people who learn from college. You have people who are self-taught. You have people who go to a coding boot camp. You have people who watch YouTube videos. There's many different ways that you can learn coding. A lot of people went to boot camps. A lot of people that I work with have went to coding boot camps. But I would say a good place to learn coding if you're trying to be self-taught is FreeCodeCamp and YouTube videos just to get started. But you need to also learn how to read documentation as well over time. But that's something that you can pick up later, though. Don't worry about that for now. I just had some project ideas. I started building them, and then when I got stuck, I googled around and learned that way. I'm talking about the self-taught one since I'm one myself. Yeah, so I would say YouTube videos or YouTube videos would be a good place to get started if you don't know what to do and know what to get started. Most crash courses will explain the idea of programming and what it's supposed to do and the purpose of it, and then it'll go in depth on what exactly you can do with programming. But if I were to be self-taught though, like I will when I learned web dev, I learned it through Code Academy. I've been in this for like 2 years, and I recently got focused in it. And I was a tutorial, not gonna lie. Well, maybe now you have a different mindset towards it now. So maybe now it'll be different. What's up, Guard One? How are you? Welcome back. I think today we're on day 15 because we started on a Sunday. I think. Yeah, I think we're on day 15. No, wait. Today's Tuesday. What am I talking about? So yeah, today is day 15 because we started on a Sunday. We missed one day because I didn't stream on a Friday like 2 weeks ago, and today's Tuesday, so today's day number 15. All right. So let's test this out. So right now I shouldn't be able to actually see this, or wait, did we? Wait, what's going on here? Oh, we gotta go into conversation middleware. All right. So now let's go ahead and go here. So it's gonna say so I'm logged in as who am I logged in as at? So I'm logged in as Aiden. So right now, if I go ahead and try to query that group by its ID, I can go ahead and see it, right? Because I am in the group. Now, if I log in as Ibrahim, so let's log in as Ibrahim right now. Well, let's log in as Ibrahim real quick. So now if I query that group by its ID, I can still see it. If I log in as Ibrahim, I should still be able to see it. And if I go over here, I can go ahead and see the group as well. Now watch this. If I log in as a different user that is not in the group, so I'm going to log in as anson@gmail.com. And you're going to see that right now, Anson is not in the group. So if I try to query this, it's going to go ahead and say group not found. Let me just change that. Exception real quick. There we go. And so now it should just give us back a 404. What's going on here? Oh wait, I did the same exact thing. It's supposed to be not found. Uh, should I start development or focus on problem solving first? It depends on what your goals are. I would say like if you have a good fundamentals on problem solving. I mean, technically development is technically problem solving. Hey man, really enjoy watching your stuff. Hey, not Nat. Hopefully I did not mispronounce your name. How's it going, my friend? Would love a video about Visual Studio's extension you use. Maybe I'll do that. You know what's funny is that okay. You know what? Here's what I can promise you guys. I'm actually going to reformat my entire computer soon. So when I reformat my computer, I'm gonna make separate videos showing you guys how I set up my development environment, and I'll make a video showing me installing all of the extensions that I have on Visual Studio Code, as well as my Windows terminal as well. So I'll make a. Oh, you know what? I'll probably do like a live stream. I'll probably live stream it. Maybe I'll live stream it. We'll see. Maybe I'll live stream it. So there we go. We get that 4.4. All right, perfect. So this is working great. So now we can write our commit message. So let's go over here. And what did I name that commit message earlier? Let me see. Why am I? Let me see. What's going on with my Windows? Yeah, I'll probably do a live stream showing you guys how showing you how I would set up my desktop environment. But I do need to reformat my computer though, because I literally bought an SSD. I bought a new SSD like a couple weeks ago, and I literally mounted it in my motherboard. Like I installed it into the motherboard, but I have not allocated the SSD yet, and I have not installed my operating system on the SSD yet. Like it's right now it's just sitting there and it's not even doing anything. So I gotta I gotta actually get on that soon. I've just been really lazy because I've just been doing other stuff with, so maybe we'll worry about that later. All right. What time is it right now? 6:09. Okay. I think I'll have time for maybe two things, and then I'll probably get off. So let me do this. So we just finished implementing the group feature to prevent groups from being accessed. And then I'll go ahead and do this. So let's go ahead over here. Before I end the stream, though, I will let you guys test a new feature. So don't worry. If you guys are interested in testing out the app, I'd be more than happy to let you guys test it out. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just had to run to the bathroom real quick. All right, so let's see. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'll go ahead and we'll create another guard, I guess, for the group. So group page guard. We could probably use the same thing though, and just distinguish between group and. Yeah, I guess maybe we could just use the same thing, honestly. I just don't like how we call it like conversation and group, because that kind of just makes it hard to really distinguish. Because we have it as different names, so it kind of makes me feel like we need to call them the same thing. But Let me see. I'll just do this. Yeah, I heard Windows 11 was not so great, honestly. That's why I haven't upgraded to Windows 11 yet. And I don't think I will, to be honest with you. I don't really see, really see a point. Let's see, fetch group ID. There we go. Why did you choose to build this with React over some SSR from Express? Well, first off, if I were to go with SSR, I would probably use NestJS. Um, but one question that I will say that a lot of people ask is why I chose to use React over Express, or not Express, not why I chose to use React over Next. I didn't really have any specific reason that I chose React over Next. This was just like supposed to be a fun project that I wanted to build from scratch, just for fun. And I didn't really like know much about Next, so I just decided just to use React instead of just using Next. And I didn't really expect this project to get that big. But if I were to go back though, I would probably use Next.js 100%. I think maybe what we'll do is maybe we'll build it in Next. What do you guys think? Should I rebuild this whole thing in Next once we're done? What do you guys think? Should I rebuild it? Would you guys like me to rebuild the whole thing in Next or Angular? How about Angular? We'll definitely do it in. We'll definitely do it with. I really want to do Flutter though. I feel like I would like to do Flutter with them so I can do mobile because like I designed a mobile version already, and I really like the way that this design looks. Especially like I really like how this part looks. But yeah, I really would like to do the mobile version soon though. Do React Native. What do you guys think is better? What do you guys say would be better? React Native or how? You know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't we just build it in every single framework? Let's build it in Angular. Let's build it in Vue. Let's build it in Remix. Let's build it in Astro. Let's build it with Angular JS. Let's build it with React Native. Let's build it with Flutter. Let's build it with Android Studio. Let's build it in every single framework. We'll build it in every single framework. How does that sound? But yeah, I'll probably use Flutter though. I don't really like React Native. I have used it in the past, but I mean, I just don't really like React Native to be honest with you. Well, it's not that I don't like it. It's just more so like I would love to really use Flutter because it's a different environment, it's a different language, and it just seems pretty good. I just like having fun. Hey, by the way, you got any good tool to make a mobile app with Vue? I think Ionic. I think Ionic 4. You can actually use Ionic for Vue.js. I think. So if you guys don't know, this is actually a mobile framework as well. I actually used this one back in the day, and I remember they allowed Vue. I'm not sure if they still. Yeah, they support Vue. Yeah. Yep, they have. Yep, there you go. Yeah, so back in the day, they had Angular. This was the only framework that you could use to build Angular. Use Angular to build mobile apps. But yeah, you can use Vue. Also, where is dark mode? There we go. Yeah, use Ionic. Use Ionic. I personally think React Native because the code is required to run the app is downloaded, meaning you can patch small issues without having to. Yeah, that is actually very true. Devil services. Wait, but like if you build a React Native app though, and don't you have to go through the deployment again on iOS and like because when you deploy the React Native app, you still have to go through the App Store, right? So you would still have to get it reapproved, right? I think that's just how every single app works, not just the languages you use. Only if you change bare metal stuff. Oh, I see. Alright, so the group that I should not be able to access number 46. If I go here, there we go. Okay, perfect. So what we'll do is this. So many tabs. Give me a second. Sorry. All right. So what we'll do is whenever we visit a page that we do not, that we should not belong to, it's gonna navigate us away. So what I'll do is this. So we'll call use group guard. Let's see. All right, this is good. So we'll go over here. Call this use group guard. Like how you interface with devices. Oh, okay. So if it's just UI, okay, gotcha. I didn't know that. You can move this to Electron. Yeah, we'll probably use Electron for desktop if we get to a desktop version. Like, how would you guys like a desktop version as well? Like how you interface with device if you just use fine. Can we try the app? Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna just finish this and then I'll push my changes. Would you guys like a I think they meant like the deployed version because we were like we have a deployed version on right now. That would be cool to have a desktop version. Yeah, yeah. Electron would be a way. Like if I were to use Electron, I would just do it just to like have it like done very quickly. But if I really wanted to actually have like an optimized, have it optimized. I'd probably just use Tori. I really would love to learn Tori. Like Tori looks really cool, honestly. I think Tori uses like React with Rust, right? Why do you have the Twitch viewer count at the top? That's just how it is by default. I mean, I could turn it off. It's not a problem. I'm not streaming on Twitch today. I'll only stream on Twitch, I guess, whenever I do like longer streams, because I just don't really see it being worth. So I'll just stream on YouTube every day, and then I'll stream on Twitch whenever I do longer streams. Hey, should I learn and practice before relearning React Redux? Hey, what should I learn and practice before learning Redux, React, Nest, and when you know we can make an app? Definitely make sure you learn HTML, CSS, and the basics of client-side JavaScript. Once you learn those things first, I'm assuming that you have no knowledge of it at all. Once you learn those things first, then learn server-sided development, like learn Express. You build an application with Express and HTML and CSS and JavaScript, right? Try fetching the API, right? Understand how HTTP requests work, so that way you can fetch data from a remote source. And once you start to get familiar with fetching data with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, then you can be like, okay, let me start working with React. And then once you learn React, do the same thing. Build something in React, and you don't have to build anything specific. You just build something like, just something very simple. Like just play around with it, like practice. Like, don't even worry about databases. Just send fake data from the server to the front end. And just like, practice, rendering things dynamically, practice conditional rendering, practice, managing state, things like that. And I would say focus on front end first and then back end, but you could also do it the other way around, and you can also do it at the same time too. But if you're an absolute beginner, I would just suggest doing only HTML, CSS, and JavaScript first. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is this. Here's what we will do. We will go into the app.tsx file, and we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to take this. We're going to render this group page guard passing the child prop, passing that page. And this will now take care of protecting us from the group. So for example, now if I refresh, it's going to say loading group. You can see that loading thing on top. That will be changed to a spinner later. But if I try to access group number 46, it's going to redirect me back to groups. See? And that's because I don't belong to group number 46. Now, what if I were to add myself to group 46? Sure, let's do that. Let's go ahead and add ourselves to group number 46. So are we the owner? The creator is Aiden, so let's log in as Aiden. Let's log in as Aiden, and then we'll go ahead and go to add group recipient. So let's just add the user. So Anson@gmail.com. And now watch this. Group not found. Oh, wait. Sorry. It's number 46. Okay. Now I just added myself to the group. And now you can see that I can actually access the group now. Okay. See, now I can actually access number 46. Yes, one huge problem with making my chat was making the service and clients at the same time. Yeah, like that's the problem. Like when you're absolutely new to something, you have to start with the basics first. And when you just try to go into it, it might be really difficult. That's why a lot of people struggle a lot. I'll tell you guys this, right? When I was learning all of these things, I didn't really build a meaningful app. Like I actually the first 2 years of, well, I would say the first year of me learning web dev, I didn't really build anything meaningful until like a year later. So the first year was just all learning, and it's okay. Like you don't have to build an app, cause the thing is like, I feel like, if you just rush into building an app, you're just going to go ahead and just rush into a lot of things that you don't know at the same time. And it's just kind of like, well, you have to do things little by little, right? For example, once you have to basically create a foundation of things that you already have set up already for yourself. So for example, if you don't learn how to code, if you don't know how to code, you need to set yourself a foundation of skills that you can actually rely on to actually do stuff. So what does that mean? Well, give yourself a fundamental example of knowing the basics of coding, knowing how to do these fundamental core things, right? Because once you have a solid structure of a skill set that you can actually use to advance with learning other things, you can literally do whatever you want. So, like, I know it kind of sounds like all over the place, but let me condense it a little bit. Basically, what I'm trying to say is this, right? Learn the basics first. For example, when I learned coding, I read a textbook, and that's only me, right? Because we were required to buy a textbook. So I was like, you know what? If I'm spending $200 for this textbook that is required for the class, I might as well just read it. So I read through the textbook, and I went through each section. I didn't miss a single page. I read through what variables were. I read through what methods were. I read through where loops were. I read through every single section. I practiced on the side as well. And because of me doing that, that gave me a good foundation to learn more and more stuff, right? Because I understood what these fundamentals were, because I understood what object-oriented programming was, I was able to advance my knowledge and add more and more stuff to my skill set, right? So when you have a foundation, everything becomes so much more easier. Everything becomes so much more easier to understand, and I promise you guys that. Yo, Ibrahim, welcome back to the stream. How are you? It's like, for example, like a lot of people, like, in 2020, when I started making the Discord JS tutorials, right, for version 12, a lot of people would come into the server and they wouldn't know how to code, and they would try to make a bot, and they were always struggling. And the reason why they were struggling was because they didn't know how to code. And when you try to explain to them what the problem was, when you try to explain to them what the error that they were facing, they just were completely blank. And the reason why, it wasn't because they just didn't know what a promise was or didn't know what the correct property was. It was because they just didn't know what a variable was or what a method was. And so they just didn't really know the basics, which is why they struggled so much and they got frustrated. So that's why you should always set yourself up with a group of fundamentals, and then you can start learning the good stuff. What do you think about front-end simplified? What is front-end simplified? What is front-end simplified? I saw your stream so often on my YouTube page, and right now, I actually saw progress in the thumbnails. XD, good luck though. Thank you, Fluff, I appreciate it. Good advice. 2 cents is not keep on tutorials. Yeah, like the thing is, like with tutorials, like tutorials are fine. Like if you're getting started, they're okay, but you don't want to rely on them for the rest of your lives. So for example, like when I first started learning web dev, the channels that I watched were Brad Traversy Media, right? I also watched the Net Ninja. Those are the two major channels that I watched. Now, when I watched their channels, right, I never actually watched their videos to copy every single thing that they were doing. I was mostly just watching them to learn how a certain thing worked. Like for example, I watched Brad Traversy's Express.js course, and I was really watching to understand how he set up authentication, how he set up passport, and it took me a long time to understand what was going on, right? And when I built that fundamental, learning from their videos, I slowly found myself not watching videos anymore, and nowadays I don't really watch videos that much. Like for example, I'll watch a video, like a simple crash course, just to get like a survey of what a framework does, but I won't like watch a video to do something specific. Like for example, I won't look up a video on how to how to make a social media app from scratch. I mean, I'm not saying that it's wrong to do that. If you have no idea, you can see how someone does it and try to think of it yourself, right? But because I've went through the process, I've gone to that point where I can think of it myself and think of ways that I would do it without needing to rely on a video. So yeah, but to get to that point though, it takes lots of practice and lots of dedication. But I promise you guys, if you just practice, if you just stick with your goals, if you just practice like a little bit every single day, as long as you just compare yourself to the person that you were yesterday, you'll be absolutely fine. And you don't have to worry about anyone else but yourself because you're making progress day by day. And you might not notice it, yesterday, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, but maybe look back maybe 6 months ago and see how far you've came about to be. Web Dev Simplified, I think his videos are really good. I actually seen some of his videos. He actually makes a lot of good videos actually, and I really like his channel a lot. V12 was the good days. V13 is terrible. Yeah, I agree. I don't really like V13, but you don't really have a choice because that's just really, it's not really Discord.js' fault. Like, it's not really the library dev's fault. Um, it's more so like, Discord made a lot of changes, like a lot of changes, and library devs were like just had to push a new version immediately. How many years of experience do you have right now? About 3 or 3.5. Like his React folder structure is an absolute joke. Oh, I've never noticed that. Hey, Nixie. I guess that's how I pronounce it. Nixie. How are you? Welcome to the stream. All right, so let me just commit this real quick. All right, let me just also push my code to GitHub. There we go. Call me Tyson. It'll be easier if you won't forget that. I'll do everything I can to remember that name. Tyson. Like Tyson, like Mike Tyson or Tyson Fury. I've been coding for 3 years as well, though I don't know much about using frameworks. You're a fast learner, XD. I mean, it's not really more so of a fast learner, because like in the beginning, it took me some time to understand certain things. It's just all about having the fundamentals down. Like once you get like maybe in the beginning it might be a little bit slow, but like I said, once you get through those fundamentals, everything becomes a breeze. Ankon Baumik, welcome to the stream. How are you? You missed a message of mine. Let's see. Web Dev Simple is alright in some videos, but others are off in base. I already know a decent amount in coding at that point, but I wanted to learn some specific stuff related to dashboards and Discord. I've been coding since I was 11 and now I'm 22. Damn. 11 years old. Wow, that is crazy. Yeah, I feel like it could definitely be hard to find motivation to learn frameworks, honestly. But you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. You just gotta do it and see what it's worth in the end. I'm doing good on Con. Welcome to the stream. All right. So now what I want to do next, let me go back to Asana. Okay, so we did this already, so let's do that. And also, the nice thing that I like about Asana is that I can set up a rule. So what I can do is I can add a rule. So basically, whenever I do this, so let's see, whenever I do a complete, whenever a task is marked as completed, I can go ahead and move the task to a section. And I can move it to completed. So watch this. Watch this. I'm going to go ahead and click plus or the check mark. And it should move this to here. You see how it moved it right over here? Because we created that rule. Perfect. But this is only available though if you use like the premium version of Asana though. But they do give you a free trial. What was your other message? Oh, I remember Discord JS version 12 videos. I remember watching the tutorials for making a dashboard with EJS. Wow, that's how long you've been watching those videos. Damn. So you've been here for the past more than 2 years. Were you on online and offline user alert? Not yet. Could you please give us some insight on how you would handle Git branches for big projects, or how it should be handled when multiple programs work on the same project? At least the way that I did it at work, we at my old job, what we would do is we would just prefix the branch name with feat, like FEAT. If it was a feature, if it was a bug, we would do fix. If it was like a chore, we would do chore. Usually, I mean, it really depends because like there's no right answer because every company does things differently, you know. So like it really depends on the company. Like some companies don't really care. Some companies want you to prefix it with your username. It just really depends on the company. Can you show me what is new? Sure. What's up, Var Noob? Welcome back to the stream. So the only thing that we really implemented today was just protecting the endpoints. So what I did was I just protected the endpoint, so that way if you're not part of the group, you cannot access the actual group. So right now, if I try to access a group that I do not belong to, it will just redirect me right over there. So if I try to access a group that I don't belong to, it'll redirect me. All right. Can you see how you learn things fast and effective? What my thought process is I'll basically read through documentation, I'll read through a resource, and I'll take notes and actual physical notes. Like I won't actually type it out in like a note editor. I'll write it down in paper, and then what I'll do is I'll reiterate what I learned. Right. It also depends too. Like for example, if you are learning, like if you're like reading code, right? The best thing to learn code is by actually doing. So if you want to learn how a framework works, open up your text editor, create a project, right? Write some lines of code from the documentation and see how it works. That's the best way to learn. And best way to understand how things work is to actually do instead of actually, just read and write, So if you're curious of how an API works, open up a text editor, write some code, and test it out and see how it works. I use Car icons and React icons. I actually have 2 icon libraries installed right now, but I think I might uninstall React icons and just completely use Car icons. Okay, so let me just figure out what we got to do next, and then we can continue from there. I should also use Figma in the browser too. Remove the group from the participant. Welcome back, Lassie. How are you? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. All right, so let's go into group number 4. Oh wait, that's this one. Okay, so watch this. I discovered a bug yesterday, or you guys discovered it actually. So we're all in this group right now. If I go ahead and if I remove Anson, So you can see that it actually removes me from the group, but it's still here. Now I can't click on it right now, so we'll have to fix this feature. We'll have to fix this as well. We'll have to fix that. That should be a very easy fix. Can you tell me how to add sounds in all with JS? I believe it's possible to do so in JS, but I don't know how. There should be a browser API to play audio. Okay. So when we receive the on group removed user, basically what you have to do is we need to update the group for everyone else. If the user that is if I was the user that was being removed, we basically have to navigate them, and we also should update the state. So let me do this. We need to remove it from. So let's do this. Let's create a remove group. Reducer state action. Okay. So we'll basically dispatch this reducer call when we need to remove it for the individual user. So that way they can't see it. Dong Yi, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, my friend? Hello, I'm new to your channel. Well, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel, my friend. I literally just realized that we're at 175 likes right now. I wasn't even paying attention to that, but you guys are insane. You guys are absolutely insane. You guys are absolutely insane. Alright, so just go over here, export this down here, and let's do this. Dispatch. Do I have a stream delay? I don't. I don't have a stream delay. Like right now I'm talking, you hear it like within seconds later. Alright, so let's do remove group, and we'll just pass in group. Oh wait, I shouldn't do that actually. Yeah, because I have user defined up there. Let me see. Dispatch, remove group, payload group. There we go. All right, so we'll dispatch this action. So basically, what this will do is it'll call this function, right? And then this function that we just created will basically modify the state because we need to actually remove it from the actual users list when they get removed. 880 now. You convinced a few more likes. Yeah, now you guys are going crazy. We got so many likes from you guys, man. You guys are awesome. Don't you think if it's an open source, people would be able to find ways to break it? Yes, that is absolutely correct. But the thing is that the thing is though is we're not really like releasing this to. We're not really releasing this as an actual real application that people are going to use. At least not right now. And even if I were to do that, I would have to stop making it open source. But the thing is though, like I don't really think that's a bad thing because, like, for example, Signal is an app that is open source, and I'm pretty sure people are doing a lot of things that they do to try to reverse engineer it. So I mean, I do understand your concern about that, but two things. If I were to release this app, I probably wouldn't open source it though, to be honest, or maybe I would I would probably stop releasing updates to it. But yeah, but an actual real application, you would probably not want to open source that though. But Signal does have their projects open source though. By the way, are you from China? No, my family's actually from Malaysia. But I grew up in America though. Let's do remove group reducer. Dong Yi, are you in the Discord server? Are you in the Discord server? I would suggest asking your question in the Discord server because it's a lot easier to help that way if you post your question in the Discord server. Because I can't really tell what the issue is until you post it in like a message with the code and what happened. So I would recommend join the Discord server if you haven't already. And Post a question there with your error and the thing that you need help with, and someone will definitely respond to you. I promise you that. Someone will definitely help you out. Oh, there you go. You see, Devil Services is able to help you out. Yeah, just make sure you post it in the Discord. Like, I'll show you real quick. Make sure you join the Discord. Join the Discord. Go over here, and you can post your question in maybe this channel, for example, or like maybe this channel. You can post it here, or you can also post it maybe here, maybe maybe like right over here. Probably post it right over here, and then someone will definitely help you out. Which application do I use for coding? I use what's it called? Visual Studio Code. All right, so watch this. So we're gonna dispatch remove group. Okay, so let's do this. So now if I add the group back, let me just refresh this page too. Okay, so I can see the group right over here. Okay, now watch this. What's going to happen is I'm going to remove myself from the group. So let's go to console. Let's remove the user. You're going to see that it should say remove group reducer right over here. Okay, so that means it's calling the reducer function correctly, which is good. So what we'll do is we'll basically just remove it from the group. So what we'll do is this. We'll basically go into... We'll find the index and just... I think we probably just use slice, I think. Let me see. Remove... I think I've done this before, actually. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Remove an element at a specific part in the array. I think it's just splice. Yeah, it's just splice. Remove an element from an array, and if necessary, yeah. So we'll need the index. There we go. Okay, so let's do that. So we'll find the index first. So const group. We'll call it just index, I guess. State dot groups dot find. So this is group. So we're g dot id is equal to action dot payload dot id. Okay, and then what we'll do is I'll console log index. Did you have any luck troubleshooting your IntelliSense issues? I did not, unfortunately. Let's see. So what I'll do is I will then do this. You know what I'll do? Let me see. I mean, I guess if you call splice, even if the value is -1, it shouldn't really matter, I think. Right? Because this will return -1, so even if you call splice, it shouldn't really matter, right? Like, for example, like, if I have a question, right, the best thing to get answers to it is by testing out the code, so that way you get the actual answer right in front of you. So, for example, if I do splice, let's say I do -1. Nothing happens, I think, right? Well, actually no. I think if you do splice -1, I think that actually removes like the last element, I think. That's pretty interesting. So it actually removes, or actually no, it returns the last element. Yeah, that's interesting. So there we go. So I guess we gotta actually find the index as well, or we have to find the group, and then we'll find the index. Yeah. So I guess like I guess we cannot. Yeah. Yes. I guess we'll do this group, and we'll do this index. So I guess we need both. I guess find index. Okay. So if there's no group, because we don't want to accidentally remove something, right? Is there find index of? I don't think there's a find index of. There's probably load dash. I think load dash probably has utility libraries like that. All right, Tyson, take it easy, brother. Do you have a second monitor? I have. Yeah, so I do have I have three monitors actually. I have two. I have one in the middle, one on the left, and one on the right. The one on the left is the one that I use to look at my chat. The one on the right is the one that I use to look at documentation. His phone is ringing. Let me see. Who is that? Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. I think Lodash has a lot of features. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is with this is, yeah, I guess it's gonna work, but I think this would expect an element. I don't want to do that because the other element, because the other group, I don't know if it does deep. I don't think it does like. Does it do deep, deep comparison though? That's the only concern that I would have. So, that's the only concern that I would have. Actually, wait, we don't even need that, do we? Search element. Yeah, so we would actually need to pass in an instance of group, but I don't know if index of does deep comparison. Index of deep comparison. Or object equality is what I mean. Okay, yeah, so it actually does. It actually does. It actually does. You see over here it says under the hood array.prototype.index of is basically performing a strict equality check on each element and returning the index of the first positive result. So I guess so you have A, B, index of A, index of B. Okay, A equals B true. I'm not sure if this is actually wait. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to play around with this later. I like this, but I'll have to play around with it later. Yeah, I'll have to play around with this later. I'll look into this after stream. Let's do this for now. Can you say how to start with open source contribution? Um, find a project that you like, and if you really want to, if you really want to contribute, clone the project, and go through the source code, look through everything, scan every single file, trace the code from the very beginning, from where it starts all the way to how things are working, and then if you want to fix some features, just write some code and then make a commit and pull request. Okay. Let's see if this works. So let's go over here. So I add the user. I'm going to remove them now. So it removes them, and it removes from the state. So I just kicked them, but it seems like it didn't update the state. Interesting. Okay, so I add them, and when I kick them, it doesn't actually remove them. That's quite interesting. Can I ask a question? Yeah, of course, of course. Yo, what's going on, Mr. Who? How are you? Is this UI inspired from Discord, like something? I mean, we did get some things inspired from Discord. Yes, we did get like some inspiration from Discord. Just some of the components we did. Yes. Okay, so it removes it, but if I'm... That doesn't make any sense. So it does remove it, and it'll add it back, but if I don't click on it, it won't actually remove it. Okay, you know what? You know what I think is the problem? I think I know why. I think it's because... well, no, that should make sense because we're in the group page, though, so we should technically... Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yo, thank you, Kenny, for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Okay. That's really weird. We don't receive the event on group page. Oh, I see. Oh, you know what it is? 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 It's because the backend will send... Okay, it's because we're not connected to the room. Yeah, it's because we're not connected to the room. That's why. I think we'll fire another event, I guess. I think what we should do is we should probably... I think we'll fire a second event on the backend. So that way we'll have on group removed user. I think this should actually be... You know what I think we should do? I think I should move this event into probably this right over here. Into the actual group channel page. Because this is for everything that's happening inside the group. And this is really supposed to be... Yeah, it makes sense now. Because we're not actually connected to the room. That's why it's not removing the user from the state. Because right now, this event only dispatches when we receive this event. But we're not in... We have not connected to a room yet. So I guess because we're not connected to a room, we don't actually receive that event. So I think what we should do is this. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, we'll definitely want to actually... Yeah, we'll definitely want to make it so that the user actually... yeah, it makes sense now. I understand why that problem occurs now. So I think what we'll do is we'll get the room, and we'll just manually remove the user from the room, I guess. So I think what I'll do is this. Let me do this. Const remove user socket equals it's... And we'll only need to do this if they are online. Looking at you amazes me how much diverse web development is going to be. Web development is very, very diverse, yeah. Yeah, it's Tyson, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. So if the removed user socket exists, we'll emit the event manually. And I'll go ahead and call this event something else. I'll probably call this on group remove, and we'll call this on group parts. Yeah, I think I got it. I know what to call this now. On group remove and then on group recipient removed. There we go. Yep. So on group removed, on group recipient removed. So what I'll do is if the user socket is here, so this is the person that's logged in. Okay. So what we'll do is this. Now removed user socket dot we'll leave the room. Okay, we'll leave the room. So let's go ahead and get the room. Okay, so we'll leave the room. We'll emit this event and then we'll leave the room. Okay. When we leave the room, we should be fine and we shouldn't receive any more events. And then we can basically emit this event to all of the other recipients. So let's try this out. So we're gonna emit 2 events to the front end. So we'll have to move this probably inside group channel page though. But here's what I'll do. Let's do this. Let's paste this here. Instead of having socket.off, you can use socket remove all listeners. I actually tried that, but for some reason it didn't want to work for some reason. I don't know what the problem was, but it was really weird to me. I'll have to like try that out later. But I tried doing that last time, but it didn't work for some reason, so that's why I was just really confused. Okay, so right now if I remove the user from the group, let's see. There we go. So if I remove the user, then nothing happens. Now if I refresh, and if I remove the user now, so if I click on this group now, and if I remove the user, oh yeah, okay. So on the back end, we already okay. So on the back end, we already left the group, so we don't receive this event. Okay, so now we just have to handle this. Okay, but for everyone else though, it does update. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, so here's what we'll do. So now we actually don't even need to check this anymore. So I actually don't even need to do this anymore. So I can just do this. Well, actually, wait. Okay, wait. If you're the user that is being removed, right? Then yeah, okay. So instead of putting everything inside here, right? On the back end, we're emitting this on group removed event, and then we'll just basically go ahead and just navigate the user to groups, and then there we go. So let me run a console log. Wait, let me actually try this too. Hold on. Because I tried this last time and it didn't want to work for some reason. So I'll try it again though and see if anything happens. It's hard to tell. All right, I think the best way to tell is if we emit this event and see what happens. So what I'll do is let me refresh here. Okay, let's go here. So let's add the user to the group. Okay, good. And now if I remove the user, so the recipient is gone, and it does not remove it for us though. Interesting. I also didn't get it on group removed event too. Why Nest and not something like Adonis, Meteor? I've never heard of those things before. And okay, so let's see. Inside group.user. Oh yeah, like they were never in the room. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. They're never in the room, so that's fine. So how could they leave the room if they were never in there? That makes sense. Okay, so if the user is online, we'll do. Oh wait, I didn't even wait. I'm emitting this event. Oh wait. Okay, but we should still be able to receive this event though. It's weird that it didn't log anything. That's the thing that was really weird to me, is that it didn't log anything, and it didn't throw any errors, which was really weird. Okay, that's really weird. Interesting. Are you using microservices? No. Yeah, don't worry about this. Okay, there we go. So let's see what's going on. Let's kick this user. Yeah, let's see. So this is the user that's being kicked. So we have the socket inside group.userMove. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not receiving that event. That's really strange to me. How long is the Nest learning curve? What's your background? Because it depends on your background too. Like if you came from Spring Boot or .NET, it shouldn't be hard to pick it up. If you're coming from Express, it shouldn't be that hard. They have really good documentation too, so you should be able to learn it just fine. Emitting on group remove. Okay. Yeah, that's really weird. Have I used Spring Boot? I have used Spring Boot. Yes. I have used Spring Boot before. I actually really like Spring Boot a lot. Okay, why are we not receiving that on group remove event? That's really strange. Like why are we not receiving that event? Nest has like great MVC architecture. It has a lot of good principles, and it has dependency injection as well. And wait, why am I not receiving that event? That doesn't make any sense. Is it because is it because I left the group or something? That's makes no sense. Is Spring Boot better with Java or Kotlin? Don't really think it matters, to be honest. It can go well with either one. Um, it can go well with either one. What sets Nest apart? Yeah, so dependency injection, controller, service, repository layer. How did you get multiple different panels in your Windows terminal? Just go open up a new tab and just do Control Shift Alt D to open up on the side, Shift Alt minus to open up one on the bottom. And if you want to move around, you can just Shift Alt and then arrow keys. So yeah, have fun. I don't know why I'm not receiving this event. That's really strange. Is this because... Oh, wait. But that doesn't make any sense, though, because... This is the group page, right? This is where we're rendering the sidebar. Yes, we're inside group page. I mean, yeah, like, if we're able to receive the on-group user add, we should technically be able to receive the other event. So if we're able to receive this event, then we could do that. Yeah, you can see on-group user add. And you can see that's right over here. But if I'm receiving this event, then why am I not able to receive the other event, though? That makes no sense. Kick user. Why is it not receiving over here? Like, what's going on with the socket, though? So that's just really weird. Because we are connected on group remove socket. So on group user add works. On group removed. We were even able to receive this on group recipient removed. That is really interesting. Do I have like another event somewhere that I'm listening to? On group leave. Okay. On group join, on group message. I don't think I have on group remove anywhere else. Yo, what's going on, James? How are you? How's the oh wait, hold on, let me move this. How's the design going so far? No stress on that though, like don't stress over that. But I was just curious. On group moved. The landing page is okay. Okay, so we have socket right over here. Like I can clearly see the socket. Socket.emit. Yeah, so what's the problem? I'm so confused. This is so weird, like I don't understand. Now it's being really weird. Okay, so we added it and then we removed it. I think when you searched it, it didn't emit that keyword event. What? Hey, look, how's it going? So, okay, so we have, this is the payload, right? This is the payload. And we have the user that we want to emit the event for. On group remove. Right over here. We're emitting the event right over here, though. Do you see it? Remove socket. Dot emit on group remove. Payload. Right? And inside... Oh, no, you're good, you're good. Inside the if condition, it's saying emitted on group remove. So we're emitting that event and we're passing it to the group page, or we're emitting it, and it's gonna be received over here. On group removed, right? On group removed. This is the name of it, right? I spelled it correctly, right? Oh my god. It's on. Okay, yeah, I'm actually trolling. I'm actually trolling. I'm actually trolling. I'm doing good, Luke. Thank you for asking. All right. Yeah, I know why. I know why we have the issue now. Suggestion: you can create an enum for managing your socket keyword. Yeah, we'll do that later though, because right now I'm not really sure what event names I want to have, but I'll probably create them later though. I'll create. I'll create them in a second. Give me 1 second. Man, I'm trolling, man. Hello again. What do you want to do, Anson? Oh no, I was just okay. So basically, let me explain to you guys what happened. So I admitted the on group remove event, but I'm listening to on group removed. So yeah, I really should use an enum and share it between these two files, because otherwise it's just going to boil down to a bunch of typing mistakes. So yeah, let's fix that. And yeah. That should work now. So yeah, I think I can probably just do socket dot remove all listeners. That should be fine. All right, so yeah, because I was so confused, like why was it not receiving it? Like, yeah, we'll create an enum in a second. So let's do anson@gmail.com. Let's remove the user. There we go. Like, there we go. So there we go. That works perfectly. Yeah, there was no reason why it should have not worked in the first place. Now I'm wondering, like, what happens if I join the group? Anson@gmail.com. And what happens if I join the group? And what happens if I get kicked, right? So I get kicked, I get navigated, and I guess that's fine. So if I get kicked, let me see. I think I still receive that event on group removed. Yeah, I still receive that event, which is not good. So we actually have to do removed user socket, leave the room. So you have to leave the room. So that way I don't receive that remove group socket event. Try this again. This is annoying. Okay, there we go. That works. So now if I do instance@gmail.com, if I click here, so let me close the logs or clear the logs. Let me kick the user. We still receive the on group removed, even when we join, which is really interesting. I just don't want it to remove the user twice, which I guess it won't. Yeah, I guess it won't because we are emitting it manually. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess we don't have to worry about that, honestly. But we'll just do this anyways. Anthony, can you check general chat on Discord? I'll do that later. Make sure you create the enum as a console. The types are better than the default. You don't like enums? Just know in the chat message in the group. You guys don't like enums? Or are enums bad? Alright, there we go. So I should be able to... Yeah, something's wrong with this. I think it's the socket reconnect issue. There we go. Perfect. Enums behave different in TypeScript. Let's see. Alright, there we go. So it works now. Alright, yeah, so I guess this is good. So we fixed that issue. Try once more. Let me also log into... What happens if you add the user 2 times? It'll just throw an error. So if you try to do this, it'll say failed to add user. We'll probably change it up a little bit later. But let me just open up my Chrome. So this is group number 4. All right. So I need to make sure that every single client behaves correctly. So we'll probably do this. So let's move this here. Let's do this. All right. So let me go to group number 4. Group number 4. So we're all in this group. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and remove. Wait, oops, this. Okay. So I'm going to remove this user. Interesting. So it doesn't want to. So it did not remove it over there. That was really weird. Wait, are we in the same group? Wait. Okay. Let me try removing this user. Wait, that was me. Okay, let me add them back again. I need help with style components. I had a margin and create what? All right, I'll take a look at it later when I get a chance. UI looks awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you know what stream you did the register form? I think it was the first stream, the day number 1. I think it was day number 1 we did that. Yeah, it was day number 1. That was the very first thing that we did. All right. So I don't know why this event is not receiving. So this over here is Ibrahim. Now let me remove this user. Why is it not receiving the event? That's really strange. I think, yeah, okay, let me just double check my event names again. Okay, so it removes it. So okay, so wait, now it works, but it doesn't do that for Ibrahim. If I move, okay, so oh wait, I know why. Okay, so the reason why it does that, is because of the way that we are fetching the presence. So you'll see that give it like about maybe couple more seconds, it'll actually disappear. Yeah, I know why now. The reason why the online users don't get affected is because of the way that we're rendering the sidebar participants. So the way that we're doing it is, so yeah, let me do this real quick. So right over here in components, sidebars, group recipient sidebar. So right over here, online users is only being affected based on this online group user. I think what we could also do, actually, yeah, I think what we'll also do is we'll emit an online group users received event from the gateway with the new updated presence. So watch this. So right over here, we'll just emit this. We actually don't even need offline users anymore. But yeah, we could also do that as well. I'll probably wrap this in a function later, though. Yeah, let me just fix this real quick. I'm not going to do it this way, obviously. But what I'll do is I'll make it so that... give me 1 second. Let me do... I just want to do it just for now, just so I can have it working. And then I will refactor it in a second. So group that user for each. So for each... I really only need online users, though, because even on the front end, I'm not even using offline users, so we just need to do this. So we'll do this. All right, I think this might end up giving me a bunch of undefined values, I think, which we'll have to filter that out. That's okay. All right, so let's see what happens. Okay, so now if I remove this user in the console logs, I should probably see... Yep, we get a bunch of undefined values right over here. We get a bunch of undefined, so what I'll do is I'll just simply... Wait. Okay, so yeah, we're only yeah, it's just an array of users. Yeah, there we go. So what if I did this? This and this. I think should that work? I think it should, right? Let's try it again. Okay, yeah, so it'll do, yeah, there we go, perfect. So, originally, uh, yeah, so I think it'll only map, there we go, yeah. There we go, so on group.users.map, perfect. So now, if I add, let me add more users, zebra@gmail.com. Welcome back, Triboy, how are you? How's it going? When you are free, either off stream or if you take a break, you can read this article talk about types in the page. Sure. Did you send it to me via DM or? I'm fine. Just got dinner before coming back to the stream. Nice, nice. What did you get? What did you get? All right. So now, if I remove this user, let's move Ibrahim. Okay. So there we get and then define. So we only want it to. I think the reason why that also automatically updated was because it just properly timed with the event. I think, but we have to do this though. Oh wait, no, it does give me undefined over here. That's not good. I think that should fix that. Right now, what we did was we protected the API. We protected the route from actually allowing users to join a group that they don't belong in. So, for example, before you could just type in any group ID. Now it actually fixes it. So now it'll redirect you back to the front end. It'll redirect you back to the group's this page over here. But right now, I'm trying to fix an issue where when you remove a user, it should remove the conversation from the sidebar as well. And we also want to also make sure we update the status as well. So that's just what we've been up to. All right. So right now we have 3 users online. If I remove this user, Dens XD, welcome back to the stream. How are you? Okay, so we have all 3 now. If I remove Ibrahim, it should only give me. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Oh wait, we don't want to do else. Wait. Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, we don't want to do else. Okay. So right now, we're online. Okay. So I'm going to remove this user. Okay. And in the logs, it should say, there we go. If I remove this user, there we go, perfect. So every single time we remove the online users, I guess what we'll do is every single time we remove a user, we'll just emit an event to the socket, to our socket.io server, so that way we get the updated user presence. And we'll do this dot. It should be this dot server to room name emit. So otherwise, because like I said, the way that this works is on the front end. What we're doing is we're pinging the server every like X amount of seconds to get the updated status. So if you look over here, I'll show you real quick. Let me see. So sidebars over here. So watch this. So we're basically emitting this get online group users to actually get the socket to receive that event, and on the server we receive this get online group users event over here, and it'll basically just take care of getting you all of the updated online and offline users, and it does this every 120 seconds. So it'll do it every 120 seconds, right? Now what I'll do is I'll change this to maybe I'll do 3 seconds just for testing purposes. So every 3 seconds it will basically just ping this, so that way it will go ahead and get the updated online users, and then it'll go ahead and then we'll go ahead and listen to online group users received, and it'll basically just update the online users. So watch this. So let's go over here and let me do this. Okay, so let me just make sure I do this. Okay, so let me just go into the console real quick. Okay, so you're gonna see that we're gonna get an event from the object, or for an event from the message server. Let me see. Oh wait, let's do this. Online. So watch this. Okay. So you see right now every 2-3 seconds I'm receiving this event. Okay. So I'm gonna wait for it to. So watch this. So before, the problem was if I removed an online user, it doesn't actually. I think it didn't actually remove them from the sidebar automatically. I think it didn't update it for the sidebar automatically. Okay, so just give it a second. So watch this. So I'm gonna go ahead and change this to 10 seconds just to make this a lot faster. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and kick this. Let me refresh again. So wait about 10 seconds. So I'll kick the user. So it seems like that worked. But what if I kick this user? Okay, so now it suddenly works. Oh wait, you know why? You know why though? Okay, it's because we are emitting this. Okay, wait. Let me go back real quick over here. Okay, it's because we're emitting this event. That's why it's automatically updating. Let me just do this. Let me just comment this part out, and let me redo everything that I just did. So let's just go here. Let me add Anson to the group. Let's add Ibrahim to the group. Let's add Zebra group. Let's add one more user. Alright, so now if I refresh, so it's gonna keep polling, but watch this. If I remove the online users, you see how it actually, wait, what happened here? Wait, that's really strange. Wait, so what was that issue that was happening before? Oh, I think you know what it is. You know what it is. Okay, I know what it is. I think it may have just accidentally. We may have actually just done it at the correct time. Let me just change this to 100,000. Al's journey, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I guess add a main menu socket so that the other user interface can be updated. Yeah. It'll be different between groups and conversation. Yeah, it'll be different between groups. I think that's kind of what we have right now. Just the naming is a little bit off. Do you perform CSS code in a CSS file, or do you just do it in the DOM? I put all of my CSS code in a style component, or in multiple style components. And so what about notifications for when you are added to a group or removed? Yeah, we'll do that. We can definitely display a toast for the user. Hey, Anson, can you suggest me some good intermediate project development backend skill? Why don't you try building a call schedule app where you can schedule calls between other users? I mean, I don't really know what is defined as an intermediate project though, because that definition is different for everyone else. But I would say, just try challenging yourself by maybe implementing something with WebRTC. Maybe you could try implementing something with maybe you could try building like an ORM wrapper for your database. What is the next feature you want to add? If I can switch one, voice calling. We'll 100% add voice calling, but we're not gonna do it until we actually get all of the other stuff done first. So we will add that eventually though. At some point we will add that. I was thinking about using Pure.js though. What do you think? Well, I don't know. I've never used Agora before, but what do you think about Pure.js? The application is down right now, I think. Or are you talking about? Are you like? Or where are you getting the error from? All right, so let's go ahead and refresh. So I'm gonna go. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and if I remove this user, you're gonna see how. That's really weird though. Because, interesting. So the problem that we had earlier just got fixed without us doing anything. That's kind of weird. And I'm not emitting the event at all, so that's really, really weird. Because before, I mean, you guys saw that error, right? Like you guys saw that earlier. Like it wasn't like removing. Like if I removed the user that was online, it wasn't like showing, right? Like if I remove this user, that's really weird. What made you start using Nest? I got really bored of Net Express in the beginning. I got really bored of Express and I wanted to learn something new. So someone recommended me to look into Nest, and ever since then I just started using it. I think NestJS is a really great framework in my opinion because it just has lots of great features and utilities that it offers out of the box. Okay, so I guess that issue is not there anymore. So that's really weird because I didn't really do anything. Um, yeah, I didn't really do anything though, which is why it's really strange to me. I was thinking about just using pure.js to just build ourselves, to be honest with you, because I really would love to also learn how to use WebRTC as well and learn some of that as well. Sure, I'll take a look at it. Appreciate that. But I guess Agora is like a wrapper, right? Or something like it's like a wrapper that does. I guess I'm pretty sure they probably handle everything for you, right? Like they probably handle everything for you, so that way you don't have to just build out yourselves. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Like, we'll see how far we can get. Because originally I was actually gonna use Twilio's video API, but it will only work with a one-on-one, and it only works with rooms. It's not actually calling though. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll look up. I'll check out your DM once I get off, and then uh, we'll see what we'll do. But I was thinking originally of just using I was originally just thinking of using just pure.js, but if we can't get far with pure.js, then we could just use something else like Agora or Twilio Video. Okay, so yeah, you can see Bidoof online. Okay, so let's try this out. Kick user. Okay, yeah, I guess that's work. I guess that works, but it's just really strange how that. Yeah, that's really strange, honestly. How many hours have you worked on this project? About like 90 hours, I'd say, so far. If you just add up all the live stream, if you add up all the live stream, if you add up all like the live stream, like basically everything that we've done, I've always done. I did like everything on stream. Like there's not like
a single big feature that I did offline. Like if there's something that I did offline, it was like something really small, like fixing like a refactoring stuff. But in total, it's like close to 100 hours, I'd say. Nah, no way, not 456. That's too much. Not 456. Only 100 so far. Well, 90. It's actually 80 hours because like if you add up all the live stream videos, and you subtract maybe about like 10 to 15 hours, that's how much total. That's how much total it is. Okay, so Bidoof is online. Let's add that guy again. So let's add this account. But I mean, I would say maybe in like if I work on maybe give it like maybe 2 months, we'll put in like it'll be like 400 hours by then. No surprise. All right. So if I disconnect from the gateway right now, you're gonna see that Bidoof will go offline. There we go. Bidoof goes offline. Disconnect. There we go. So the online offline thing works great. I'll probably change it to maybe every 2 seconds though. Is that Windows 10? Yes. Yes, it is. All right. So yeah, I don't know what that issue was. Honestly, I think I'm gonna rewatch the stream, to see what happened because that was really weird of what just happened. I am really confused of what just happened. Utkarsh, welcome to the stream. How are you? How are you doing? How did you make the online offline thing? Basically, I just basically ping the backend every single couple seconds or so. Basically, what was happening was whenever I removed an online user, it didn't actually remove them from the tab. Which, oh wait, hold on. Like for example, like we were testing out multiple groups, right? So watch this. So the problem was like, let me change this back to. Where is this? Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so watch this. So basically what was happening was if I removed an online user, right? It wouldn't get well, see, before it wasn't getting removed for the user, but now it is, which is why I'm really confused of why that is the case. Because you can see that right over here. If I remove Ibrahim, it removes it now, but before it didn't, which is why I am really. Oh no, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know, that doesn't make any sense. Because before it wasn't working, but now, yeah, like watch this. Let me just show you. Like watch this. Like if you look over here, like you see this bug over here. Like look over here. So you can see right over here, I'm gonna remove the online user, and you see how it doesn't remove it from here. I think it may have just been a WebSocket issue. I think it may have just been a WebSocket issue, in my opinion. I'm not sure. Let me see, what time is this right over here? Minus 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess it makes sense because it was probably like a WebSocket issue or something like that. Because now it works. So yeah, I think it was just a WebSocket issue. I don't know. I think it was just a WebSocket issue. Auxiliary, welcome to the stream. No, it's not an issue with the connections. I think that this bottom client was not connected to the socket correctly, I think. But now it works properly though. I think I just didn't refresh this page or something like that. I don't know. It's really weird. Really weird stuff. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird, but yeah. Yeah, because I don't really think I even need to receive this event. I don't think I need to manually emit this event in the backend because we are updating the group now. Whenever we're updating the group too, and we're basically getting we're updating the group too, and it will show you the new users. So we don't need to actually need to actually receive this event. The thing that's weird is that whenever the NestJS socket restarts, it doesn't automatically reconnect, which is like a little bit confusing. Like for example, if I open this up, if I close the server right now, or if I restart the server, you'll see that like something will happen. Like the live events won't work. Like you see that it doesn't actually do anything, and I think it's like a network issue. I don't even know. It is polling though. I think it is polling. What's up, Kartik? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Or is it not polling? I don't know. Maybe I gotta figure that out later. Doesn't seem like it seems like it's polling, but I think it polls it like every. I think there's like a certain interval that it polls every time, but it's whatever. Yo, what's going on, Siach? How are you? Welcome to the stream. How's everything going? Alright, yeah, but we pretty much got this thing working now, so alright, I'm gonna go ahead and deploy the latest changes. So let me just open up Asana real quick. Let me just close this. Let me just close up the other stuff. Let's go here. Alright, so remove the group from the group state when the user is removed as a participant. Yeah, I think we just did that already. So yeah, we got a lot of good stuff done today, which is really nice. We got this thing. This thing was not what I wanted to do earlier, but we got a lot of good stuff done today, though, so that's good. I don't know why I added that as today, but we'll probably do that later. But I think maybe what we'll do later is we'll make it so that you can leave the group, and I'll probably also fix this as well. So yeah, what about notification message? Yeah, like we already have that added already. In like Asana, so we'll take care of that later. But yeah, I'll probably fix up like this Asana board, so that way you guys can see like this more organized. I mean, I could also just share this board with you guys if you guys want. Like, let me see, can I share this board with you guys? Make public. I'll probably do this later, but yeah, I'll probably share with you guys so that way you guys can see like the roadmap and everything, and you can see like what we're gonna be doing each day. But yeah, good. Just came back from school and replied to replace the CPU. Nice, nice, nice. Did you use isopropyl alcohol? Because that's what I usually use for cleaning my CPU. But yeah, like this is pretty much what we did so far. So why don't I do this? I'm gonna go ahead and redeploy my app. I'll send you guys the link, and you guys can test all the new features, and I'll explain what things are new. So give me 1 second. So let's do remove. I'm gonna change this to every 5 seconds for now. Yeah, every 5 seconds. Okay. And let me just deploy this change over here. Yo, welcome back, Tyson. See, I remember your name. I left and came back with you having 238 likes. Wow. Yeah, I didn't even realize it actually. Like, I was like just streaming and then I saw the likes. I was like, holy shit. What is your VS theme? Use the exclamation theme command and you'll get it. Alright, so I just pushed these two changes. Alright, I'm gonna turn back the app right now. And for if you guys want to test it out, we can all test it out. And then yeah, let me just turn on the app real quick. Do you prefer React over Next? I actually would prefer Next, but I just decided to just use React for this project just because I just didn't really, I didn't really I wasn't really comfortable with just using Next because it's been a while since I've used it. So I'm back. Yeah, I'm gonna get off in like about 13 minutes because I have a meeting in like I actually start work soon, so that's why I gotta get off in. But I have a meeting later today in like 45 minutes, and I gotta start work in like about 15. So that's why I gotta be quick. That's why I gotta be quick. So let me just log in here. But I'm just gonna let you guys test the app real quick before I get off, and then I'll stream later. Around what time? I might honestly stream tonight at like maybe 5 p.m. after I get off work. So maybe I'll stream at 5 to like 9, do like a short stream, sleep, and then maybe stream again. We'll see. Or maybe I might, if I don't stream tonight, I'll just stream tomorrow. It's no biggie for me. Do it as on a grind. Yeah, don't worry. The app isn't up yet. Don't worry. The app isn't up yet. I'm still, I'm working on it right now. I just gotta pull the latest changes, and then we should be good. Are you starting? Are you working on a startup? Well, what's a unicorn? What is a unicorn? I use Arch, by the way. Nice. I use Arch, by the way. All right, let me. I'm gonna build the React app, and it should be up in a second. I use Arch as a VM for workspace. I really wanted to record a video using with like a Windows virtual machine, but it was just so laggy, which was really like it was so laggy. Like I even put like 16 gigs of RAM, uh, lots of storage. It was really laggy. Unicorn Company is a company that has like $1 billion, like Fang. Oh no, I'm just building this app for fun. That's really what I'm doing. I'm just building for fun. All right, there we go. Okay, so go to the website. I'm gonna send you guys the link, and you will need to recreate an account. You will need to recreate an account. What do I think about React Native? I think it's good. Try now. It should work now. What do you think about React Native? I think I don't think it's a bad framework, but I don't think I would use it though, unless if I needed to. All right, so yeah, just create an account. Don't use your real information. Use fake information, and use your fake password, obviously. And once you create your account, oh wait, I forgot. Wait. I am silly. I forgot to turn on the API. Silly me. Silly me. Sorry about that. Alright, API should be up. Let me see what's going on. Oh, wait, 1 second. Wait 1 second. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Alright, there we go. PM to restart. Should be on in. Alright, should be on now. Are you running Ubuntu in the cloud? In the cloud, in the cloud. All right, there we go. So just go ahead and that's my email. All right, so I'll just create a group right now. I don't know like what emails are you guys. There we go. Oh yeah, like I said, do not use your real email. Just use a fake email for everything. So that way we can just create stuff. All right, so what I'll do is I'll create a group with these two users. Okay. What's going on over here? That was weird. Why did that happen? That's weird. Probably likely. Oh, I think I might know why, but I'll have to fix that later. Okay, so, so give me your emails so I can add you guys to this group, and you should be able to be added to the group. Is the rate limit still global? No. Okay, so this user. Okay, so and what I want you to do is I want you guys to add each other and remove each other. So add, and then remove me. So remove me from this group over here. And like, so right now I'm in the group, and when you remove me, it should kick me out. What happens when you press an edit message? What happens when you press an edit message? Okay, so you're able to remove. Great. Okay, so now if I remove this user, I can remove any user I want. I can kick auxiliary out. Can add you back. So auxiliary, when I kick you out, does it redirect you? All right, now try accessing other rooms. So try accessing other rooms. Like for example, I'm gonna try to access room number 1. I can't access room number 1. I can't access room number 2. I can't access room number 3. I can't access room number 4. Well, I can't actually because that's my room, I think. Or is it? Yeah. So I got removed and I can't access the other rooms that I am not. Alright, I'm going to kick you again, auxiliary. By the way, should you be able to create a group with only yourself? No, you shouldn't be able to. I mean, actually, you know what? Maybe you can be able to. And then you can just add like another recipient. I guess what I mean is like you can create like an empty redirected plus remove. Perfect. Yeah, I know right now you can add your own email, which is not good, but I'll have to filter it out later. Don't worry. This feature that you see over here, like all of these emails that you see, this is a beta feature, so don't worry so much about that right now. It's a beta feature right now. So yeah, you see I can kick users, I can remove users. I can add whoever I want. Yeah, rate limit is not on right now. What crashed for you? When you added yourself when you did this? Like when you added yourself to a group, it crashed? Or what caused you to crash? I double clicked the create convo and it created 2. When you added yourself as a user? Interesting. Like so when you did if I do when you click create conversation, it added 2. Oh yeah, because you double clicked it really fast, I think, right? That's weird. It shouldn't have created 2 though. Yeah, it seems like a race condition. Yeah, the API though, the API should only the API though will throw an error if it creates a duplicate. Oh, I just realized something. You see how right now I think I'm being removed from a group. You see how it's navigating me? So watch this. Can someone create a group and add me? Can someone create a group and add me? And then watch this. I'm gonna go to this group. So someone create a group and add me. Okay, now remove me. Remove me from the group. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we have to fix that. Yeah, you see how it's removing me? You see how it's removing me? Oh, we're not removing me. So you guys did remove me from the group, but you see how it's navigating me? I think what we'll need to do on the back end is this. Because it shouldn't be redirecting me if I'm not in the group channel. So I think what we should do is this. I think on the front end, what we'll do is if the user is in... Yeah, we'll have to fix that. Let me see, move this here. When you send a message in private chat, it takes 5 to 10 seconds to send, really? That's weird. Might be lag, maybe like a server lag. Because the server is all the way in San Francisco. But that should be pretty close to you though, I think. Well, not you know, not that close, but like... Okay, yeah, so I need to fix this. So basically... Alright, this is something that we'll have to do tomorrow. 10 seconds? Really? Interesting. Can you see my message? Are you able to see my message though? Like when I send you a message, are you able to see it immediately? Add to freshen works. Oh wow. Oh, you know what it is? It might, yeah, I think it might be just be like a it might just be like a ping or something. Like it might just not ping, but like it might likely be what's it called? It might just be okay. Let's see. Who created I'm gonna figure out who created this group and I'm gonna get their IP and ban them from the application. No, that's just not funny, bro. I will literally add it to the firewall. That's just not funny. It is it weird that I can't click anything? What can you click? All right. Yeah, I don't know. It's cringe. Not that I am, you know, saving IPs or anything like that. I mean, you guys can see the code. It's all open source. Like I'm not logging anything. I'm not, you know, storing IPs or anything like that. So you guys don't have to worry. But yeah, just don't do stuff like that. That's just like really cringe. Like grow up. Transfer owner doesn't work yet. Yeah, transfer owner doesn't work yet. Yeah, I'll just block their IP. Like I'll just literally block their IP from the firewall. Like it's fine, but it's really cringe. But it's whatever. But yeah. When I add a group, the group reloads for me. The group reloads for you. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I turn off the app though because I will have to restart this probably later today or tomorrow. But yeah, that's pretty much all of the main features that we had implemented today. what I'll do is I will probably do this. I'll fix up my Asana board, and I'm gonna send an announcement on my Discord server. I'll like send an announcement on Discord, so that way you guys can like see the Asana board and you can see what's going to be worked on. There should probably be a way where you guys can report issues. I think I'm not sure. There should be a way where you can leave comments or report issues. I'll probably figure that out. Yeah, I turn off the app. Don't worry, I turn off the app. But yeah, I'll basically work on this later tomorrow. I'll work on the Asana board. I'll send a message in the Discord server so you guys can all receive it. And then, yeah, that's going to be pretty much it for this stream. So I hope you all enjoyed it. I'll be streaming again tomorrow around the same time, roughly 3 a.m., around 2 or 3 a.m.-ish. I'll be streaming around that time. And yeah, like I said, tomorrow we'll probably be working on these main issues and we'll fix up some of the bugs that we explored today. So, yeah, see you guys later. Peace out.